Season 2 of the Free Fire Pro Series for North America is now well underway, with our 24 group stage teams fighting to make it into the grand finals. And with a prize pool to the tune of $50,000, the battle is reaching a fever pitch. Could the stakes get any higher? Why, yes, they could, with our grand finalist winners earning themselves a spot in the Free Fire World Series. For the first time in professional Free Fire, North America will be granted a slot into the play-ins of the Free Fire World Series taking place in Sentosa, Singapore in May. The Free Fire Pro Series will crown not just the Season 2 champion, but the first North American representative for the World Series as well. What should our home team expect from their first step into international play? Let's find out. The Free Fire World Series is the culmination of all professional Free Fire circuits, spanning 13 regions around the world. It is the biggest stage of Free Fire esports, where the cream of the crop fight to prove not only that they're the best in the world as a team, but as their home region. As an offline in-person tournament, all competitors will play live on stage alongside their teammates and their opponents. Starting on May 14th, our Free Fire Pro Series champions will join 11 other squads for the play-in stage of the tournament. The North American representative will face off against the first seeds from Taiwan and Pakistan, as well as the second seeds from Brazil, the CIS, Indonesia, India, Latin America, MCP, MENA, Vietnam, and the current reigning champion region of Thailand. The play-in teams will battle it out across Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory to rack up as many points as possible with both final placements and kills. But only the top 2 teams will qualify for the World Series Finals, joining the 10 teams seeded directly from their region. With last year's World Series prizes amounting to a massive $2 million, we can expect another colossal prize pool for 2022, with teams taking home a cut just for making it to the tournament. The 2021 World Series champions Evo's Phoenix from Thailand took home the lion's share of $500,000. On their way to the crown, they claimed 4 booyahs of the 6 games played in the finals, with 48 kills and 113 points. But the Free Fire World Series is so much more than just a competition for a cash prize. It's an international spectacle celebrating Free Fire players from around the world, from the casual player to the full-time competitor. And with so much content, music, and highlights, it'll be a joy to cheer on our North American representatives at the Free Fire World Series. The Free Fire World Series play-ins begin on May 14th, with grand finals taking place a week later on May 21st. There'll be a multitude of broadcasts covering all the action in several different languages. But before all that, we need to crown our North American champions to represent the region in Sentosa. So tune in on YouTube and Twitch live to see who will be winning the North American Free Fire Pro Series for us to cheer on the world stage. Oh no, how am I getting down?
already had a blast with a massive open qualifier, a group stage, a last chance qualifier. It has just been ridiculous, and we are just a couple of minutes away from the end of it all. I'm joined today by Veracity and, of course, Abstract. Veracity, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do in Free Fire, and why you are so excited for the end of the Free Fire Pro Series.
First and foremost, thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. It's a pleasure to be here joining my friends from across the pond. My name is Jasmine and I do all things Free Fire. I do hosting, I do some casting, a little bit of analysis work as well. And I'm super excited to see how the folks in NA run things around here. I primarily work in the EU side of things, hence the accent and everything that comes along with it as well. But yeah, I'm super excited to see what NA has got to show to us.
Heck yes. And of course, got Abstract. Abstract, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do in Free Fire, and why you love Free Fire. Let's hear it.
All right. So, hi everyone. My name is Eugene, also known as Abstract. I have been dabbling in the world of esports and Free Fire, most specifically for. Actually, I have no idea for quite some time already, to be honest. Maybe about 2 years or so. Weirdly, I started off in the European side, despite living in Singapore, which is in Southeast Asia. So I only got to the MCP, which is the Malaysia, Cambodia, and Philippines, for quite some time ago, to be honest. So I have my fair share in the European scene as a shoutcaster, and I'm currently working on the MCP Major Season 3 yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So that will be something nice to kind of like reel in, segue into. But yeah, despite working in EU and a complete opposite to Jasmine, I haven't really quite adopted the European accent or the English accent, as some people would say. So I'll still say Z as compared to Z.
It's Zed. It's definitely Zed.
So you guys sing the alphabet song and say A B said D dead Ed and stuff. What's the rhyme in all of that?
Wait, Mello, you're going to be the voice of reason. No, but you're going to say Z. Never mind.
You're totally right. No, you've got the wrong person in your corner. But in any case, Abstract, Veracity, I am so excited to have you all here. It's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be joined by some of the faces of Free Fire. So as we get closer and closer to this grand final, I love that you guys come from different backgrounds within Free Fire itself. One of the beautiful things about Free Fire, of course, that we get so many different faces, so many different regions, so many backgrounds. So with NA being kind of a newer established region, right? We have a very interesting playstyle, I would say. We've talked about it before on a lot of other broadcasts, but we like to fight, and it's been shown in Season 2. We like to get aggressive. We like to pick power spots over safe spots and farm up those kills on the way to those booyahs. So, Veracity, if you could elaborate a little bit on, NA being that aggressive sort of playstyle, how does that compare to EU? How does it compare to our brethren across the pond and how they like to play the game?
Well, first and foremost, I need to say, Abstract, how many times have we done a broadcast together? And I have said to you, I want to see that aggressive playstyle. I want to see people fighting for those kills, becoming a little bit kill hungry and really showing the aggression. That is like always what I want to see from a broadcast. So I feel like this could not be a more perfect fit, because over on the EU side of things, a lot of the time it will primarily be playing for those placement points and maybe picking up a few kills here and there. I feel like especially with the revive mechanic coming into effect as well, more often than not, we'll have plenty of our teams playing particularly incredibly kill hungry over on the EU side of things very early game. But then as soon as they get their first revive up, it slows right down and people start thinking long game and playing for those placement points. So I feel like NA is going to be a wild ride, baby, and I'm most definitely here for it.
Heck yes. And Abstract, talk to us about the MCP now. I love to hear that you guys are here for the aggression, because I'm pretty sure these teams are ready to bring it across the next 3 days. So yeah, Abstract, how does the MCP like to play, and how does it compare to the kill hungry region we've got down here in NA?
Well, I feel that when it comes to comparing the MCP region to the EU region, there's, small little gaps as to when it comes down to the aggression. But when it comes down to MCP to the NA region, it kind of seems as though they are polar opposites. Because the MCP region, from what I see, they are all very passive. There's quite a lot of passive gameplay and all of that. we can see quite a lot of teams that still survives past the fourth to the fifth circle. We can have like 10 teams that's still in there, weirdly, and there is just some kind of no aggression pack kind of thing that's going on in there. Every now and then, yes, you may see some squad wipes, and the best that I've seen so far is fourth circle, 9 teams remaining. It's very rare to see like 7 teams remaining or 6 teams remaining at that point in time. So I don't know what's going on. We still can see teams dying and having single stragglers. However, because of the respawn or because of the revival points, as well as buying your friends back through the vending machines, the amount of kills that racks up at the end of the game typically goes a lot higher because we don't have teams knocked out early. They just keep on reviving and reviving and reviving. It's an endless cycle. It's almost as though some of these teams in MCP technically play to lose, as ugly as that sounds like. But it kind of seems as though the reviving mechanic becomes a core part of their gameplay rather than like a second lifeline.
And I love that you guys both mentioned the revive mechanic because that is something brand new for us here as well. We implemented it in our group stage, which definitely flipped the script a little bit, and it definitely inflated our points. We were not seeing those triple-digit score lines in Season 1 as much, but, I mean, we had, I think, 4 this season. So, I mean, what do you guys think? How has that kind of changed the dynamic? Abstract, you mentioned that it's kind of become integral to some of the team's playstyles. Here, it really seems like some of these players are like, oh, we'll leave one alive. We'll let him revive his entire team so we can finish him again. That is just one of the ways that I think some of these players are thinking. How has it affected the way that you guys are seeing Free Fire internationally and just in general? What do you think about that mechanic in the current meta?
I thought that when it comes down to the revival mechanic, it is a very fresh outlook onto Free Fire because back then, without the revival points, it kind of seems as though if you land yourself into an unfavorable fight, then that is the end of your team. There is no fighting back, so on and so forth. But now with the revival in play, despite even if you're one of those top dogs, you can go for very early aggression without being too afraid of any repercussions because you can simply buy them back to the vending machine, like I said before, and just stay inside of the revival points. Of course, different caveats occurs if you do want to revive a friend through the revival point because that is free, but you gotta have to stay in there for quite some time. So we can talk a lot more about gameplay regarding that in a while later. But to get back into the question, I feel that all in all, when it comes down to the revival mechanic, just gives everyone a very fresh way to play. And it further increases aggression, especially in NA. While the MCP side, like I said, it became a core gameplay to kind of play. They would want to go play safely. They do not want to fight, and if they do end up with a fight, they just split all the way across like ants, if I can say that. One person gets attacked, the rest just kind of flees as far as they can, and just like, yeah, we're gonna revive them.
And Veracity, how do you think that like plays into some of our top squads and how they like to play? Because teams like Beside, right, like they are not the ones that are necessarily hunting for kills, but they're still finding a lot of them. Do you think it has to do with the revive mechanic or just the style that we're playing here in NA?
I think it's definitely a combination of both of those things, but I think the fact that you're able to back yourself in those initial fights in particular, I mean, I believe it was Adiel over in the group stage was the kill leader with 94 kills. Like that to me, absolutely crazy scenes. Like you would never see something like that over on EU side of things, because I feel like over in EU, before we had the revival mechanic, it was very much slow-paced gameplay. People were very, very passive to begin with. You would more often than not see teams sticking together within close quarters, but as soon as the revival mechanic was introduced, we actually saw teammates and team members splitting quite far apart from one another, venturing out into big wide world by themselves, trying to pick up a few kills here and there. And you know what, if they were eliminated very, very early on, it was not the end of the world, because you'd often have, you know, a lot of them running off, trying to make that revival happen as soon as possible. I think the important thing is, though, that they're aiming for those kill points ultimately. And I think a lot of the time, as Abstract did mention, another similarity that we have over in EU is even if you're looking like your team could win that potential fight in EU, we're incredibly scared to take that risk, because what if the whole team gets wiped? more often than not, even if it is good looking like it can work in your favor, you always have that one player that will run off just in case to make sure that they're able to revive their teammates.
Love it. I love the regional comparisons. Let's focus down on our NA teams a little bit more for the last chunk of this discussion, because I'd like to hear your thoughts. Now that we've kind of talked about the play styles, right? We know that some teams are a little bit spicier. They like to get in on the action really quickly and really aggressively. Let's talk about teams like Club 9D, because there are some of the, I think, more consistent players that we got to see early on in the season. They had some crazy pop-offs early on in Kalahari. It kind of slowed down, and it's maybe that play style that you guys are used to seeing, that slower play style. Abstract, I want to hear, how do you think a team like 90 has to adapt to try and keep up with these kill-hungry teams that are looking for those squads that are going to revive? Well, what kind of playstyle adjustments and maybe even like drop adjustments do they have to make to try and make sure they continue climbing up in the leaderboard?
Right. So when it comes down to, especially in the game of Kalahari, right? Because Club 9D does seem to have a very strong games in Kalahari back in the qualifiers as well as the league stages itself. So I do want to say that they are probably kings of Kalahari. But if we are going to be looking at the grand finals itself, PSR Esports themselves are pretty darn good in Kalahari as well. So that PSR Esports is probably going to be their number one adversary that they have to look out for. And just kind of like grabbing some information regarding where PSR Esports usually lands, as well as where Club 90 usually lands. They land right opposite of each other, one in the northern side and one on the southern side. So when it comes down to the drop, it doesn't seem like they should be changing too much, because if they venture into the world of unknown, there could be a possibility that they just land onto some of these other teams, and they probably don't have too much information as to how they would usually play in the grand finals, because you never know. Some people decide to hide some ace in their sleeves. Maybe they just don't want to show too much of their information, and this is the kind of different kind of things that you should definitely want to look out for when it comes down to general gameplay. In the early part of the grand finals, because we have two Kalahari games on day 1, day 2, and day 3 respectively, I would say that day 1 is probably the day that Club 90 would want to play a lot more passively, just kind of get a nice feel and understanding as to how the general consensus of these teams usually play. Do they like to play around the rim to gatekeep against teams who are slow to the circle, or do the teams generally like to play outside of the storm, making full use of K's active ability, racking up EPs so that they can farm at the outside portion a little bit longer? Because we know that the first circle now shrinks a lot earlier. As such, any character that gives EP, stores EP, and of course gives them this kind of passive healing is going to be very darn good when it comes down to passive gameplays.
Veracity, I don't know about you, but I love when teams bring that extra special sauce that they might have been hiding throughout the entire season. Are there any like teams that you're scoping out where we've kind of talked about how they like to play and whether they might just blow up the script, right? Whether they might just come in with something brand new. I'm talking teams like maybe Fuego, who was second place finisher. They were really strong. Obviously, it's not an easy feat to get something like second, but also some of the lower place teams like ONU and Esports. 1A Esports, excuse me. What do you think about those kind of storylines? Do you think we're going to see something super different, or they might keep it to themselves for maybe day 2 or day 3?
You know what I would absolutely love to see? I would love to see the teams that might actually end up coming into this struggling a little bit to take notes from the teams that have been doing particularly well. I would love to see them maybe take a few notes here and there, try and steal a little bit of strategy from them as well, and really adapt their gameplay to try and suit and like counter that. I don't think we'll see it though. I think especially over in day number 1 that we have taking place today, we'll see a lot of these teams show a little bit of hesitancy, but more often than not over in like our EU regions, what we have is as soon as the first time around that a game is being played, the map is being played for the first time, you'll see people like have like a little bit of a shaky start and things like that. But as soon as it comes to playing it the second time around, there's just this newfound confidence from a lot of these teams. So I'm certainly hoping to see that from the teams that might come into this initially struggling, maybe taking a few tips and tricks from the higher ends of, the leaderboard and things like that, maybe trying to show a little bit more aggression. I do feel like if they kind of like jump in head first, that it will come back to bite them. I don't think that they're ready for this level of gameplay just yet.
And I love that you mentioned that it might not happen today. I would love to see teams that really surprise us, right? But there's some teams that are so consistent, even though they weren't winning every game, they were definitely doing really well. Atomic definitely comes to mind. Another squad that had some rough games here and there, but even their rough games were pretty decent. And Abstract, can you give us some thoughts on maybe why that is? Why some teams are just able to clutch up even when they're down? They're definitely far from out in some of these situations, right? They're really good players. They're obviously talented players, and they can pick up kills. But when they're having rough games, and especially the mental game, how do you recover from that and make sure that you continue to pick up points?
Well, that is really dependent on how they would usually act as a team, right? Because if we do want to remove that luck factor in the game of Battle Royale, which is understandably something that we will always see, then we're gonna have to focus down onto how the team leaders as well as how the team members usually play with one another and how much trust they have with one another. Because in the end, Battle Royale is a team game, and how you trust your fellow teammates is going to be very important in on that front. So, in order to get yourself to really just focus onto the game, despite not doing well, it kind of sounds weird, but to me, it's kind of picking a fight. It's kind of
Right.
counterintuitive, right? Because when it comes down to booyah winners, we have seen a trend, and that is if whoever got the booyah have got a massive amount of kills. Why is that so? Is because in the early stages of the game, they found their momentum, and then from that point onwards, they just don't seem to lose to some of these teams, provided that they have an undisturbed fight with other teams. Then that is great. Because if we're talking about third parties, that is going to spring into a completely different talking point. But if it's always going to be a team versus a team with no outside disturbances, whichever team that has the momentum is just going to carry on with the momentum and snowball out of control. That's why we can see teams that ends off the day with a total of 21 kills or perhaps even more.
Love it. And I'm so glad that you got to join us today, Abstract, because it's these sort of really in-depth things that you really only get to hear from having so much experience in Free Fire. We're about to wrap things up here, and I will be leaving you all for the rest of today. But Veracity, any closing thoughts on the squads that you're going to be watching out for? And more importantly, do you agree with Abstract here? Do you think we're really hoping for trust from these squads, or do you think every player is just going to show up and try and blow everything up around them? And I'm not just talking with grenades, of course, with crazy performances and fantastic use of abilities. What are you thinking? What are you looking out for as we roll into the first game of the day?
As I say it every single time I do a Free Fire broadcast, I want to see the aggression. Mello, you've been hyping these teams up an awful lot. I'm curious to see whether or not the hype is definitely gonna pay off and whether or not we're gonna see some really kill hungry plays. I feel like if everybody plays their own game, everybody shows that bit of aggression, we're definitely gonna be in for a wild ride. And hey, they're gonna capture a few like Instagram and Twitter clips along the way as well. So I guess everybody walks away a winner as well.
Oh, 100%. And remember, y'all, at the very end of our 3 days, we are sending the first NA representative off to the Free Fire World Series, which is just super exciting. So I'm glad I get to kick things off with both of you. An absolute pleasure and an honor. Everyone watching at home, stay tuned because we're going to have plenty of high-level talent walking us through the action. And, of course, we'll have Veracity and Abstract back in the mix. So thank you guys so much for joining me on the desk. And, yeah, we'll catch the game shortly.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Free Fire Pro Series Spring 2022. I know, brand new face over here. My name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity. I'm going to be your host throughout this tournament. Folks, I am not here alone though. I am definitely not the only person that's going to be bringing you all the action. I'm also joined by my two beautifully wonderful analysts. I have Matchroom and Clover. Matchroom, I'll start with you. How's it going?
Oh man, it is such a great day today. I am looking forward to this. This has been building for weeks. I mean, technically, even if you go back to the event before this has been the long process to get us to the stage to where we're going to be finding out who's going to be going to the world stage after this, and we're going to have a North American victor. Oh, I'm so excited.
And how about yourself, Clover? How are you looking forward to these matchups? Do you think NA is ready to bring the heat? Because in the pre-show, I was promised a little bit of more action than what I'm used to over on the EU side of things. On EU, we have an incredibly passive play style. Is it true in saying that NA is all about being incredibly kill hungry? Am I finally going to get all the action I've been waiting for? Oh, I think we have a mic mute.
There we go. Sorry.
There we
All right.
go.
No,
we
the two
got there.
biggest teams that we've been kind of watching in this entire race is Pisar and Fuego. They're two incredibly kill-hungry teams all throughout the series through the grand finals. Or the group stage, excuse me, leading up to the grand finals. We've had teams that have brought out these insane clutch plays. They've utilized aspects of Free Fire that we oftentimes don't see teams really focusing on. And with that has really made the Americas region extremely kill focused and kill heavy. And I think the teams that try to play for placements don't quite see the results that they hope for. So if you want to make it in this lobby, you've got to be aggressive.
I feel like I'm finally getting what I've been asking for the very, very long time that I've been working within Free Fire. I feel like if NA really does bring the heat, this might be my new jam. This might give me all the adrenaline that I've kind of been searching for this whole time. But let's dive into a little bit of what these teams are actually going to be competing and playing for, because it wouldn't be a Free Fire event with a hefty prize pool as well. So let's dive into that a little bit. As you can see, if you finish up in first place, you'll be walking away with $12,500. Second place, $8,500. Third place was $6,000, and that continues breaking on down all the way to 11th to 12th as well. In addition to this, we also have prizes available for our kill machines, lethal leader, playing for first, and also per booyahs as well. So that gives us a total of $50,000 for our prize pool. Now, I feel like, Matchup, correct me if I'm wrong, this in itself, of course, there's like the bragging rights of finishing up, being the victors over on day one, and of course the overall tournament as well. Do you think the prize pool and the pressure of winning such a huge sum of money is going to be added pressure on the shoulders of these players? Matchup?
We're seeing a lot of these teams that are going to be very new and playing in an esports scene that they still have to kind of have that growth inside there. Whenever we get to this stage, we've had money on the table before for some of these teams, and they still excelled. But some of the newer teams might be lacking some of that experience that it could be a little bit frazzling at the start. That said, we were talking about it. North America, we are action heavy over here off the get-go. We're all about elimination points. So if you come in a little bit frazzled off the start, that could spell doom for your team very early, or give you the momentum. If you find that firefight and you win it, now you're going to be propelled, and you're definitely going to be going after that first place.
I'm definitely thinking that the momentum that you were speaking about just a second ago is going to be something that really does propel them even further throughout these games. Because let's face it, it's all about the mental game as well as the points that are up on the scoreboard. Because I feel like as soon as you get the ball rolling, you got the confidence, the vibes are good in your team, that can definitely continue to excel your performance. Now, let's take a look at the caliber of the teams that we actually have competing in the grand finals. Over here, we have 1A Esports, Atomic, C7 Esports, Club 9D, DN Esports. Fuego is one that you had mentioned to look out for as well. Talk to me a little bit, Clover, about which of these teams in particular you think are going to be bringing the most heat to the competition we have today.
Yeah, I mean, even teams on the other side of the board, Pisar, USA, Team 99, they have been consistent. And when I say consistent, I mean, we talk about the motivation, we talk about running with it. Some teams take a little bit to get going. They have a couple of off games, and then we see their performance shine at the end. Teams like Pisar, teams like Fuego, Club 9D, they have a good game out the bat. They will start good and end good. And oftentimes that's what makes them so hard to chase on the leaderboard. So, with that in mind, though, I really think that Osaka has some strong maps. USA Esports, their mid game is probably one of the strongest. And oftentimes that converts into a high win rate for them, too. So, I'm expecting quite a lot of booyahs to be shared. But this is also the first time that we're really seeing all of the greats in the lobby together. And that might change things up in terms of the ability for one team to just run away with it.
I think the potential is definitely there for a team to run away with this. I feel like I'm constantly going to be comparing the play style, the competition, the kill hungry aggression to our EU counterparts. I feel like it's going to be a whole new world for me, and I'm so excited to dive straight into it. But speaking on the comparison between EU, let's take a look at the maps that are going to be played today on day one. We're going to start things off over on Bermuda and then over to Bermuda again, followed by Kalahari, and then finishing up with Purgatory as well. Now, my two fabulous analysts, I need to talk to you a little bit about this point. Over in EU, we usually do Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, and then Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory. What, in your opinion, do you think is going to be the key difference maker here in playing the two maps after one another? So Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory. Talk to me a little bit about this match rim. Do you think this has any potential benefit to these teams playing them so close after one another?
There are benefits to both styles. So in the European style, you get a little bit of time. Let's say you play on Bermuda and it doesn't go in your favor, then you have two more maps to kind of think about what went wrong and come back to it. So it does give you time to re-strategize, try to figure out if you need to change your drop, something like that. But there's also a lot to be said, especially in North America, where we are very action heavy, to go directly back into it, because now you're going to be like, okay, you are going to have that so fresh in your mind. Like, okay, we had a hot drop that happened here and they landed in these buildings. So we need to counter move to these buildings. So you're going to be a lot more in the moment. And I think that kind of alludes to the two different styles. When you look across Battle Royale esports in general, EU tends to be a little bit more of the methodical style, specifically at rotation heavy. And North America likes to come out a little bit gun strong. I mean, it's kind of in our blood over here, to say the least.
Absolutely. And I mean, we will see a drop spots in just a second, but drop spots aside, we do also have teams that will purposely drop near other squads so that once they get their loot, they can very quickly get into action, take a position. We actually have quite a lot of teams that do like to play edge of zone versus the center. And a lot of those teams in reverse, right? Teams that like to go center, sometimes we'll see them struggle a little bit on Kalahari because they might get locked into the center of the map and miss out on some scoring chances because the rest of the teams are out of view for them to get those sniping positions. So traditionally, we see some teams that might struggle on one of these maps, get them back to back. That can be a little bit of morale breaker. But on the flip side of it, if you're good at these maps, if you're good at Bermuda, you come out strong, then you've got that motivation, the momentum for the next Bermuda match to have a very close, if not repeat, performance.
All I'm saying is, guys, if a team continues to make the exact same mistake after they lost on the map the first time around, there is no way in hell I'm going to be forgiving this. I'm going to be so incredibly brutal, so incredibly savage with my analysis work. And watching these games, I feel like you cannot really allow for any mistakes, especially once you're playing the map directly after it once again. So let's take a look at our group stage leaderboard and see how everything unfolded to take us to this very stage right here. You can see Pisara Esports was one of the teams that people have been speaking about an incredible lot, especially with the likes of Fuego as well. Do you feel like it's definitely going to be like a tally up between these two teams today, Clover?
I think that there's a huge possibility for it. But again, I mean, these are the teams that dominated their lobbies right out of the bat, and they had good opportunities to get points early on. Now that this is the condensed lobby, this is the highest concentration of kills, of aggression, of the best players of the region. I think that they aren't going to be able to run away with it as much as they have prior. But I do think that you're going to see some of the teams that are in the middling, a little bit lower down the list, are really going to have to make sure that they don't have those off games early on. Because if they do, it's going to be really hard to catch up to Pisar and Fuego.
Yeah, I think especially given how incredibly kill hungry they are as well, when you got the likes of Adiel with in the group stages, kill leader with 94 kills. I was speaking about this previously in the pre-show. That to me is insane statistics, absolutely impressive stuff. But are they able to translate that over into today's games? But let's take a look at our last chance qualifier leaderboard and the performances that they gave us to get to this very stage here. DN Esports, talk to me a little bit about this matchup. Are you looking forward to seeing DN Esports potentially go up against the likes of Fuego as well? And do you think they'll be able to keep up the high kill count as well?
DN Esports is the team that felt like they shouldn't have been in the last chance qualifier. They were so active and they had a lot of big moments for themselves, but they just didn't have the consistency cemented in the way that they wanted to. I mean, if you look at the capabilities all in all, they were very, very close to qualifying, and it came down to the last couple of games to figure out who was going to be going on to the grand finals and who was going to be going to the LCQ. That's one of the reasons we love what we're seeing going on over here in Free Fire. There was some pressure that was being mounted in that stage, and DN, I don't know if it was maybe that little bit of a slip there, but I know the fact that they are a team that I don't think that they belonged here, and I don't think that they thought that they belonged in the LCQ. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them come out, play a little bit passive at the first part of this, get their feet underneath of them, and then come out and try to go a little bit more frag heavy. They tend to be a little bit more passive, but if they've been doing their research, they know it's the kill points that held them back just a little bit more than they wanted it to.
Yeah, I agree there.
I think just from experience, the fact that they came ninth in the group stages, surely that goes to show that they have been doing their research, they have been doing their adaptation. Maybe they're going to pull something truly amazing out of the bag. What are your thoughts on that, Clover? Do you think we're going to see a whole new DN Esports heading into this grand final?
I don't know about whole new, but I think that the latter half of their performance in the group stages is hopefully what we're going to see them continue on forward. I mean, the one thing too to note about the group stages is it was a handful of points, a close race tie between 9 teams up until the very last day. And so DN really got here just kind of out of bad luck by a few points. But we've seen them work revives harder than I think any other team. We've seen them really utilize a lot of seasonal features like the Assassin's Creed Crypt Towers. I think that they have those key points added into their playstyle so well, and they use those resources well. Something that some of the other teams that just farm kills don't always utilize. So it's something to keep an eye out for with DN Esports.
Now, I think another thing to keep in mind as well is the drop spots that we have right here. Can we just talk real quick about the fact that Club 9D, 100% of the time, are going to be dropping over in Sentosa? Do you think these other teams are going to start to account for it, especially for the likes of Pissar Esports when they're so incredibly kill hungry? Do you think that there is that potential for them to read this absolutely perfectly, having done their reviews, having done their research, opt to drop towards Sentosa in hopes that, they'll be able to pick up a few very quick kills there?
Maybe. The inherent problem is the fact that Fuego is right next to them. And Fuego and 9D being so close in drop is really an area you don't want to go into too early. What I'm actually more concerned about in this situation is DN's drop location on this, because we talked about the fact that they can sometimes not pick up the kills that they need. And yes, they are great at revives, but that does also mean the fact that they're losing early fights. Having now be in a rotation location very close to 9D and Fuego could be a problem if they don't rotate early. That said, we tend to see a much more in the earlier stages of the game, a frag it out as you're coming into a centered position in our strategies that come over here. So mainly everybody fights their way to get into a point where the geometry will hopefully favor them to where they won't have to move in the next circle. That tends to work, and so that kind of alleviates some of the early game pressure fights that might give DN a reprieve.
Well, I'm definitely excited to get stuck into things. I'm very, very excited to see NA show us what they've got. I'm going to throw it over to our two fabulous casters, Porosaurus and Twiggy. What a name, by the way. Porosaurus, take it away.
Hey, thanks so much. You got a pretty good name yourself there, but I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Twiggy. We are getting ready to head into game number 1, Twiggy. So much on the line, and a big start you have to feel is going to be key here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the first time we've seen our top 8 teams since a couple of weeks ago when they played in the group stage. They did so well in the group stage, and I mean, these top 8 teams, they've had such up and downs. Like you talk about a team like Team USA, who had days of 90 plus points, had days of lower than 30 points, and it's just these swings are so important. It's going to really set the tone for today. You know, can those LCQ teams, maybe they got that extra practice in, maybe they can outperform them on that first day, and it's really it's going to be so important every day. Once again, it's not that long format like the group stage. It's going to be so important to get a good performance in every single map.
Yeah, that's the hope, right? Especially if you're one of these LCQ teams or one of the teams that finished a little bit lower in the group stages, getting that big game out of the way and start that snowball rolling. Because as we know, we're playing in a lobby with Pizarro and Fuego, two of the biggest heavy hitters I think I've seen in a lobby. It kind of feels like these guys are coming in as the favorites overall, right? And then you've got 999 Atomic, Virus, Club 9D that I think are all reasonable picks as well to maybe kind of make a run. But then everybody else, it almost feels like if they win it, it's going to be a huge upset, right? But the only way to kind of really start that upset is to start that snowball rolling here early here.
Yeah, well, we're going to see how our teams stack up on Bermuda, dropping in. Oh, look at that lovely BTS poster. Look at him. Look at him there. So beautiful. Lovely. We're going to be dropping in from the observatory side here, and you can see everybody going for there. I mean, I love that graphic of all of those squads drop locations, because it does really, you know, you do see Club 9D dropping on Sentosa all the time. You do see all of these teams picking their specific places to go, and I'm excited to see what they do with it this time, because, you know, having two teams like Club 9D and Fuego dropping in the same location, which they do generally do, can really set the tone for the game, because these are two teams that we're expecting to get a lot of points.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about the fact that Club 9D and Fuego have always kind of dropped there, and they've always managed to kind of avoid each other, at least for the most part. But still, I mean, this is a map that Fuego does really, really well on, right? So despite the fact that they've got a very good team in Club 9D dropping right near them, they're still managing to get their points and still manage to get further on. But it looks like now that we've gotten to the grand finals, they're avoiding it.
Wow, complete change in pace there. That's interesting. You know, I really didn't expect that. Neither team actually dropped on Sentosa. I guess that's kind of to do with the plane location there, but
a little
also,
bit of that plane.
Yeah, it's weird to see that Club 9D, they didn't even go close to it. They're not heading towards it at all. They're heading towards Cape Town over on the right there. That's really interesting to see. You see C7 here, formerly Zendel Esports. We saw them in the LCQs. They're going to be dropping right next to Club 9D. That will be an interesting fight, because I think they were relatively close together in the group stage. I want to see how much C7 has improved with that new name.
Ooh, that's a bad spot for Club 9D. Zeus, good hold on the side, should open up on him. Not gonna get the knock, but will do a nice amount of damage here. So C7 already having a little bit of a wrap going on here. You can see just off on the side on that mini map there. I'm not sure who it is that's got the flanking angle here. It might be Letra or Munoz. There you go. That's who it is. With a little bit of a flank angle here onto the rest of the gang here. But Club 9D kind of sticking together right now, so C7 needs to be careful about how they want to push in. They'll get the opening knock, though, as they will find White, and they will immediately trade down upon to Letra. So Shakal doing, we'll get a little pause here as we figure things out. There we go. Okay, first blood comes through as Johan does go down. White still going to get rezzed up there by Club 9D. So C7, this is kind of falling apart rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Club 9D we saw in the group stage. I was wondering if maybe that week off was going to kind of make things a little worse for them. You can see C7 fighting back. They've got 2 knocks on the ground, but
Dragon.
Maybe. There we go, 3 down. Only 1 left to try and pick it back up. Gonna go for the res. Very quick reses in this game. Get somebody back up. They can fight for you again. Oh, going for points there. C7 drags 1, but they get the knockback down. It's a 2v1 once again. Joan is doing so much work.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Jones staying alive right now. Now the question is, does Jones still got to try to go for this finish here, or does he try to escape and maybe get the revives onto his fallen teammates? Zeus and Munoz very, very low. I think Joan knows it, but you got to play safe here. You got to try to pull away and see if you can maybe go for those revives. And it looks like that's going to be the plan here for now.
Slows down once again. I mean, there's a revive station right nearby if you can get there and just wait for a while.
That's really danger, though, isn't it?
Exactly. You're right next to another team. The teams actually, again, it seems like these kind of LCQ teams dropping right next to teams that were a big challenge for them in the group stage. You see DN here, top of right at the top of actually both the group stage and the LCQs. Well, not at the top of the group stage, but at the top of the part that didn't get into the grand final straight away. Oh, there's a snipe from Mr. T. Ah, I've missed Team 999.
Oh, Mr. T is a nasty player. Makulu will finally flank on the top side, takes him completely off guard, as now he's going to turn his attention over towards the other. Yes, he does find Venva, and now it's down to just one for DN. It's going to be Patillo trying to fight between the glue walls, is actually staying alive here. The shotgun doing some big work here. He will get the flush out, tries to get the glue wall down, doesn't matter. DN is eliminated.
It's rare that you see somebody get eliminated so early in the game now with the current meta of being able to revive your teammates. Disengaging is so important. DN Esports seem to have, well, I mean, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally there with DN Esports got completely run up on by Team 999 there, and I mean, that really is the gap that we kind of forgot. DN Esports did so well in the LCQs, they racked up so many points. You kind of thought maybe this is an uptick in that form, and they could really bring it back into the grand finals. But showing that gap, once you get rid of that top 8, yeah, your top team can really flourish. But once you put them back in the mix, really a lot more difficult to get those points on the board.
It seemed like DN felt like they had the advantage in the fight, and they did. They did at the beginning of the fight, but immediately Team 999 drops everybody right on top of them. So, as he said, no chance to get that last player away, that insurance policy to survive and get the revives on everybody else. So they will be our first team eliminated here as we check in with 1A.
There we go. Right next to Laonu. The team that they know well now from the LCQs.
Oh, yeah.
They had a long, fierce battle. These teams were right at each other's throats. Two teams that really just made that final push in that last day. Both of them were well outside of the top 4. On that first day, there's not a lot of cover to work with. Mario's going to have to use a glue wall just to get anywhere near them, and now they're stuck in the on the open. The rest of the team does have some hard cover to work with, but 1A Esports definitely with a positional advantage right now.
Really nice reactions there from Mario on that glue wall. Make sure that he does not take a knock out in the middle of the wide open as 1A now repositioning, trying to figure out exactly where the rest of Laonu have gone. Laonu just kind of making their way through Pachinok. They're on the north side, just avoiding this more than anything, but they might be avoiding it right into Pizarro. You can see them running off in the distance there. That is not a team that you want to run into early.
Yeah, what is it they say about the frying pan and the fire? That's pretty that's a difficult one there. Oh, and they spot them off in the distance. I don't know who they are just yet. Though. Line turner gets them up the hill a little further. Adiel just turns round and gets that shot onto the players. And for a team with such a terrible location to fight from, Pizarro Esports have got themselves up the hill, got 2 knocks, and now they're zone guarding the whole of Laonu.
I mean, Pizarro is absolutely money on these shots, man. They just do not miss, and they I mean, from a completely disadvantaged position there, and it's to turn things around. And now they've kind of got Laonu pinned up against the wall. Now the zone is kind of collapsing as Domi will go for that heal circle. Now you can see Laonu trying to make the push out, and as you said, they're in between a rock and a hard place here. They got Pizarro on one side, they got 1A on the other, and now Kelvin is going down. They'll try to get that revive off.
Yeah, they barely have any resources to work with left there. You can see Santi only has 2 glue walls, no heals, no nades.
Good shots.
Not a nice position. Oh, he does have a gun though. That'll do a bit of damage. Buy them a little bit of time. I think that's pretty much it. No looking for finishes here. They just want to get up the hill. Get away from the next zone, but there's a deal again. And they might get the finish on that one. Mario out of the game. Ouch. It's so difficult for Laonu now.
Deal keeping that form that he displayed during the group stages. Just absolutely vicious with these shots. As we keep an eye on Laonu. I was keeping an eye on the leaderboard. Remember, we had Joan and C7 fighting it out in Cape Town. And he managed to get another knock while C7 did get all the rest of their teammates up. So Joan not able to get C9 back into this just yet. Pizarro still on the hunt. I feel like they know that they've got Laonu up against the wall here.
Yeah, they forced Laonu into a really long rotation to try and get up the hill here. Time turner again. Prince is going to have to use that to get the res off. just fighting an uphill battle here, quite literally. It's so difficult to make any position happen, and Pizarro is going to be turning around the corner at all different angles, making it so difficult for Laonu to go anywhere whatsoever. Even firing back at this point is going to take everything out of them. Laura does take a few shots, but there comes the flushes from Pizarro Esports. In the meantime, 9D are already eliminated. Laonu may just get themselves a positional point on the board out of just surviving.
Joan did their best, but finally gets taken out by C7 now. Keeping an eye on the map here, if Pizarro keeps wrapping around to the east, they may run face first into Fuego. We'll see where Fuego decides to go, but for right now, it looks like they know that they've got Santi pinned, and they'll just kind of pump the brakes here at the edge of the circle. Meanwhile, Atomic, they're vibing off in the northwest, but they do have Club 999 starting to wrap down in that direction.
Yeah, everybody needs to be real careful as we head into the second ring, go towards the third ring. You need to really figure out where your best cover is, where your best place to rotate is early on, and you do have teams that rotate early, like, well, we missed out on Virus Gaming in the LCQs. They rotate very early. 1A is one of those teams from there that do like to get in towards the center of the ring quicker than the rest of the teams, but then you have those fringe fighters like Pizarro Esports, like Fuego, who just get kills and kills and kills. And it looks like this zone is going to favor them very nicely as they move forward. So it's really going to be, you know, Team USA at C7 who are really going to find it difficult now to get any kind of position where Fuego and Pizarro are just going to kind of take that from everyone, snatch it away.
Yeah, that's where it's going to start getting rough, though. I mean, when you look at the teams and where they're positioned, Fuego and Pizarro, two of the biggest heavy hitters in this lobby, they're the only teams on the south. So the chances that they run into each other early, pretty high here, as we see a lot of teams kind of centering up around this western side, this peak compound. Let's see, 1A just keeping an eye on Pizarro. You can see Lurin knows that they're down there. Oh, he might have actually spotted out somebody from 999 just above too. So I think 1A is starting to realize the precariousness of their position here, but they've got to make something happen. They've got to have some kind of response. Junior getting ready to spring the trap.
So slow now. Everybody's
he's been
thinking
spotted.
about what they... Oh, there we go. Okay, the fight is going to break out. Team 999 fire down upon them. In the meantime, Laonu do get finished off by Pizarro. Eventually, 1A Esports and 999 throwing shots back and forth at each other. One knock either way. Both teams hungry for kills. Neither of them going for reses immediately. They will get the finish onto Junior. Gives them the upper hand in the fight. Took too long. They didn't... I mean, none of them went towards Junior to get that res up. Team 999 took advantage of that. They'll actually be able to push down the mountain in towards them, but now they have Atomic coming in from behind, and they'll do damage for days and days. Mr. T still standing, but takes a lot of damage here. Here's a charged shotgun as he just turns around the corner and does so much damage. And Atomic Esports, third-partying this one, are going to come away with a lot of points from this.
Oh, this is huge, huge stuff for Atomic, but it was the dinner bell ringing for Pizarro as well. They hear all the gunshots. They see the kill feed lighting up. They're trying to make their way up here as well. Meanwhile, 1A trying to see if they can take out what's left of 999. They are bunkered down inside a building. But the longer that 1A takes to finish this off, the more trouble they are going to get, because now you can see Atomic is to make their way down the hill. Ghost has been spotted out. He's going to take some damage. Won't go down just yet. 1A just surviving at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we have so many teams still in this next zone. 9 teams still alive, 33 members squeezed into the 4th ring here. We push further forward. Atomic need to push in now. They're just outside of the next ring. They need to displace 1A and Team 999 to get anywhere through on this one. They're just going to brute force their way in. One by one, it's breach and clear.
Oh boy, they got to be careful.
And they're still holding control of it just about, but Makulu is just about to go down there. Oh, Mr. T, last member, standing. They might just push this one now, Atomic. They'll see that they're weak. They'll go all the way in, and fights are ringing out across the map. Everyone is taking damage here. Virus Gaming trying to get in on these kills now. Third partying. Well, fifth partying, maybe? I don't know what to call it.
I think
Mr.
that's
T
what we're up to.
defending well.
I think that's what we're up to. Fifth party as Pizard has come in from the south and Virus has come in from the north. All the teams hearing this going on, they want to get their piece. They want to get, oh, nice flick there from Vela. And now Laura, the last one up for Pizard. As Vela trying to make that push with the SMG, they'll do it. Pizard gets eliminated very early on here. 1A with 5 kills. Possibly one of the teams that we were not really looking at to perform too well. 1A, they have come in and they have made a statement right off the bat.
Here it comes now. Just lighting up the top of the screen here. All the teams being eliminated. Team 999 are down. C7 are down. Push even further in. Virus Gaming now trying to defend from Atomic. 1A on the other side. In comes Osaka from the north. The Goblin Army coming down from the mountains here. Jeremy taking out Camotron. Fuego is also firing down upon USA Esports now. Jeremy takes out another, gets a kill for his team finally. The late game going on, the nades everywhere. Look how much is happening. Virus Gaming eliminated 6th as Fuego pushed further. USA Esports down in 5th. There are 4 teams left. Atomic, Fuego, 1A, and Osaka here. And a res from Fuego.
Oh man, 1A is feasting on the chaos right now as they've managed to keep 3 alive. They've collected a nice little stack of kills for themselves as well. Meanwhile, Fuego has just been chilling on the east side of this circle, never getting involved. You don't even see them on the mini-map. That's how far away they are. But there's nobody near them. All these kill points are going to all these other teams. Fuego is just kind of content with hanging out and just picking off whatever they can from range and looking at this as maybe a let's get the points from placement, rather than trying to get involved into this RNG, although it looks like Scott's starting to make a move over here as well, as Osaka just hanging out on the ridgeline, waiting for 1A to show their faces. They will. Damage will come through. No knocks just yet.
Yeah, Osaka really waited until the death to engage with any other teams whatsoever. Here comes Atomic. They're going to try and push him out now as the ring closes in. Oh, that Charge Blaster does so much damage. And he's down now inside the ring. Atomic gets taken down by Osaka, the late game heroes. They come in there on 4 points now, but there's 1A. They're still keeping up the pressure. The lowest seed in this game has already taken out the top seed. They're taking out everybody else now as they push down the side of the mountain. Fuego will be their last target, but they've got to get through Osaka to get there first.
1A have come into this grand finals wanting to prove a point, and right off the bat, they are doing so. But meanwhile, Fuego is just feasting on all of this. 7 kills so far. Scott wants to go in and get some more for himself, flush these out, get those points, and they will do so. Fuego will be the first Booyah winner of the night.
Yeah, we were expecting to see, I mean, Fuego or Pizar were honestly, you know, our top picks coming into this one, so we do expect to see that kind of thing. But can I just point out the absolute, I don't understand, 1A Esports coming through, they were the last seed coming into LCQs, the last seed coming out of LCQs. They've taken out the top kill leaders for the whole tournament, and almost won themselves their first game, came in second. An absolutely brilliant performance. Obviously, Fuego calm and calculated all throughout, get themselves to the Booyah and a good amount of kills on the board as well.
And they look good doing it too, right? I mean, it's not like they were ever in the strong position. They were pinched. They were pinched from the north, they were pinched from the south, and they had Atomic coming in from uphill, yet they still managed to keep 3 alive and collect so many points along the process. But that being said, Fuego is who we were looking at coming in. They managed to collect a bunch of points and get the Booyah. So we're going to throw it over to your analyst desk to break down game number 1.
I love that cute little throw. It was just like a point to us. I'm gonna round out every single segment exactly like that, by the way, guys. I hope you're ready for it. But Fuego, incredibly dominant performance. Clover, was this what you were expecting to see, or did you think there was potential for another team to maybe sweep on in and take the victory there?
Yeah, I felt so, especially when we saw, as you even called it when we were watching the green room, the house party happening all the way over there to the west. Fuego really positioned themselves in a good position, not only watch what happened after that fight was done, but also kind of have that position for the late game. So really great play from them. A big factor that I know we'll talk about it once we get to the highlights was also that they had their whole island to themselves. Sentosa was not shared today. That gave them more time for resources, more time for planning, for rotations, and just the way that they had eyes on every team that match had me really excited to see how they're going to perform this weekend.
And Matrim, I know that you mentioned that there was a little bit of like indecisiveness when it came to deciding where some of these teams wanted to drop. DN being one of those teams in particular. How do you think that confusion and that kind of like, oh, it's okay, they've kind of reserved their spot over in that location on the map. We're not going to continue to try and take that fight or anything like that. How do you think that ultimately kind of affected the panning out of that entire game?
Well, this is what you need to do, especially if you're coming into this and you're trying to figure out how to reset and find the best successes. DN knew the fact that they were, not to be rude, the low man on the totem pole. Everybody else had already kind of established spots on this one, so they had to be very careful. We talked about this moving in, that being close to Fuego in that position, and they were potentially have two different teams that were going to be running into them. And you saw there was a modification that went to their drop. Two other teams that we didn't expect. Well, I'd say one team that we didn't expect and one that we expected to hit them later. Both went to that location and they ended up fighting. DN said, nope, I don't want to have anything to do with this. They know where we're going. We're going to go to the west instead. Fortunately, it didn't pay off for them, but that started the capabilities for Fuego. Fuego now had the entirety of Sentosa to themselves. All the action was happening around Cape Town, and now they had the entirety of the south. All the other fighting was happening around the houses, like you guys were talking about, but Fuego got a slow roll their way into this one, and then the circle pulled down to them, and everybody had to run into death that was just waiting.
And now, given the fact that we're going to be replaying Bermuda, still blowing my mind, by the way, but I'm very, very interested to see how this one is going to pan out. Clover, do you think some of these teams, if any, will potentially take a few well-learned lessons from this and potentially try and come back stronger as we head into Bermuda once again?
I honestly think that's the big question, right? Because that hop drop that we did see, whether or not either C7 or Club 9D will pull away from that position or maybe just drop just outside so they can still challenge, but maybe have a little bit more time for recovery because there is still a revive station, so buy station there at that vicinity. It's one of the reasons why it is such a high value compound that you see teams, especially ones that like to drop edge, play for early on because they can try to engage the teams down to the south. Everybody knows at this point it is Fuego. But I also think that both of them would have the ego to not leave. So I anticipate a potential hot drop again.
I'm curious to see which one of them is going to butt heads stronger than the other. But take me through the highlights that we actually had from that game and break it down even further for me, if you would, please.
There we go. All right. Let's just talk about the hot drops right now, right? As we saw it. Because, I mean, Matcham, you and I talked about 9D, I think, in that anticipation, sharing Sentosa, having the eastern side versus Fuego. Typically, we see that fights kind of stay on the island and then rotate along the water. And instead, the fight going to Cape Town changed that flavor for things. But at the same time, with the circle being so far in the east, that gave them a little more time to fight it out. It was the teams like we're seeing right now with DN, Club 99, caught off guard a little bit. Pisar was out on their own for the longest time out to the west. They had that high ground to play from, but they kind of missed out on stuff up until the end. So if your teams, especially looking at the way these circles tend to go, I can see why the fight would be for these eastern compounds, because more than traditionally not, they're in the rotations.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the way that this lined up. I gotta say, right here, this is where so much turned around for 1A. The way that this all came together, Bella find a phenomenal set of snipes to open up the path for them to go on top of Pisar, because they were in the gatekeeping position. We had a very eastern shifted circle. So 1A found themselves in a very thick position, and this battle around this house was just catastrophe for almost everybody that was involved, because Osaka was on one side of it and 1A was on the other. You can see that Fuego got that easy pass we were just talking about to the south, and now whenever these firefights are happening in the north, they just get to run uphill because everybody's having to come down them and find the angles for success. They do manage to get 9 kills, but all considered, if we saw that circle kind of shift a different direction, 1A might not have had the feasting capabilities they do, but I gotta say, 1A, this is what we want. This is the firefighting capabilities, and the way that they approach those fights was so amazing. If they can manage to find that gel and keep this momentum, we could be looking at an entirely different squad than we were expecting.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say, I'll call myself out right now. When we rated the teams and we thought how well everybody's going to do, we picked 1 through 12. I had 1A at the bottom because traditionally I felt like they were really sluggish to change in this lobby. I felt like they weren't really in a position to challenge a lot of those teams. I was proven wrong here out the bat. They came to the grand finals ready to play, ready to shine. 18 points for the first match, not bad at all. What I want to see from them, though, is consistency. Even if they're not up in the late game, I still want them to find the kills. I want them to win those fights. something that didn't quite work out for teams like Pizarro. I mean, again, they came in late, they had that high ground, but I feel like they took a little too long to work with that information they had, and that's what we're seeing them all the way over in ninth place on the right hand side. But I mean, this is a good first match for teams to really get a feel for themselves. That's why outside of the top two teams, everybody else is relatively close in points and kills right now.
And now, Clover, I have to pick your brains a little bit. You mentioned our predictions. I'm not going to dive into my personal predictions. I feel like by the end of the day, they're going to be completely thrown off the board and be incredibly way off. But I know that USA Esports was one that you actually had in one of your kind of top teams. Oh, there we go. Thanks, shout out to production for... It's okay. My prediction will somehow ring true, some way, somehow. But one thing that I find incredibly interesting is that most of us, our top twos are pretty much interchangeable, right? But our top threes is where things start to get really interesting. You mentioned USA Esports is going to be definitely within your top three. Taking a look at their gameplay in this game that we've had, obviously very first game of the day, not too much information to be pulled through from it, but are you still feeling confident in your USA prediction?
I think so. They played the North. They sat out a little bit longer, watched to see what the teams were going, and then once they saw a fight that they could third party, especially those compound fights that they love, their whole team is so amazing and proficient with frags. With the glue walls up around the corners, they typically do in those fights. But for USA, obviously, when you have 5 teams in one compound, it's a little bit hard to come out on top. So that said, for this first match, I'm seeing them still confidently play their style, and I think that there's a potential for them to bloom here in the grand finals.
All right, I'm definitely crossing my fingers for you, hoping that your prediction will ring true. I feel like somebody's got to get their top 3 prediction correct here, right?
Yeah,
am I the only one?
Maybe we'll see. 1A is throwing us for a loop right now, so I'm not going to jump to any conclusions yet.
Yeah.
I think I put them in 12th. I feel awful. Like, nobody look at my prediction.
You know what? I'm actually so happy that our top 12 predictions are not being shown because, oh boy, let's not get into it. Mine are definitely going to be questionable to say the least, but I'm curious to see whether our casters agree with me. Poro and Twiggy, take us through the next game.
Yeah, we're back again for another Bermuda game, and I mean, this is the interesting part, right? I picked Pizarro Esports as my top seed, and that's starting to look a little shaky now. You had Fuego as your top seed, so you're pretty happy right now.
I'm vibing.
I really want to see if Pizarro can bring this one back, because I mean, maybe they're not as great as a Bermuda team as Fuego are, but you do expect them to perform well on every map because they're just one of those teams, right? They're just one of those teams that just walks through the whole place and gets the kills and wins the game, right? And they've done that all over every map. It doesn't matter what map they're on. They seem to do well. That was uncharacteristic from them. I really want to see something a little different from them this time.
Well, I part of me wonders if Pizarro knew what they were pushing into, right? They're kind of making that wrap up on the west side, trying to third party or something. I don't think they realized that there was like 5 teams there, so it was it kind of put them in a weird position. Whereas Fuego had that easy. They skated over on the east side. They win the fight against I think it was C7, cleaning them up. The only team really on that eastern side. So I mean, Fuego kind of had it set up really nicely for him. Now Pizarro, they did look pretty darn good controlling area on the south side when they were making their way up. I think they just bit off a little bit more than they could chew once they made that push in, but we'll see if they can rally here in game number 2. I have faith.
Yeah,
I have faith.
Here we go. Well, we'll see. We've got a completely opposite plane coming in here, so I think we'll see more of the default drops coming in from the teams. So we'll get to see more characteristically what teams want to do here. So you will see Fuego probably going right towards the bottom of the map. 9D also heading towards Sentosa as well. We'll see what happens over the rest of the thing. Osaka always head towards the north. We'll see everybody go to their lovely places where they're most comfortable. Or a 9D not going to Sentosa. They've just given up. They're going for blue.
That's what I'm kind of keeping my eye on, isn't it? Okay, so Fuego's still going down to Sentosa, so that's just done. It looks like 9D. I don't know if this is an adjustment that was made prior to grand finals, knowing liking their chances in the 1v1 against C7. But either way, they're sticking with it. So let's see if it pays off this time. It didn't work out too well for them last time, but C7 did have a little bit of a better position. It looks like 9D just going to pull off as 4 and get looted up. But as you said, they are in that blue zone, so they will get some nice loot here early on. Curious to see how they push forward, though.
Yeah, C7 are just scouting them out across there. They do know exactly where they are. And you can see Lecturer has been watching that like a hawk the whole time. And yeah, this time, I mean, 90 do land directly on Cape Town here, so instead of having to run down from the breaches of Sentosa, they can actually get going on this one. Yeah, I wonder if that is an adjustment. You know, obviously they've had so much time in the group stages to learn from other teams, and you've got Fuego, who is the second seed of the whole tournament, and looks just as competent as Pizarro on that front. In terms of just being able to win team fights every time you get into one. It's just like, yeah, at that point, do you want to land in the same place as them every single game and ruin your Bermuda pretty much 90% of the time?
Yeah, this is one of those weird, you know, butterfly flapping its wings affects everything else. But you know, it's definitely probably the better decision for 90. Just because they were going out so often and so early to Fuego. So, you know, this helps out them a little bit, but in the end, it kind of hurts the rest of the lobby, because now you're getting letting Fuego just free loot Sentosa, and they have the free path in to the rest of the game, so they don't have to have these early game fights. So it's allowing Fuego to kind of get their ball rolling a little bit, as opposed to having to drop down immediately, engage in a fight. So we'll see how it works out for Fuego here in game number 2. Obviously for game number 1, it worked out a treat, as they get the win and a nice little stack of kills to go along with it. But C1 is cutting over to the northwest, so things will change up a little bit this time around.
And luckily for the rest of the lobby this time, Fuego do have a long way to go to get to the first zone, so they might have to give up on Sentosa a little quicker than they did last game. So maybe they'll be a little unprepared for the fights, but I mean, we'll see. It's Fuego. Well, they'll probably figure something out, but you can see now that means 9D aren't heading towards the south. They're not going for a long rotation through the south towards the east side of or the west side of the map there. They're going all the way northeast. They're going to take it from the north this time, which is where it was underpopulated in that first map. So that is some development from Club 9D. They're learning from possibly their mistakes, possibly just their bad luck in that first game. You can see they're heading up towards Keraton. C7 have just kind of filled in the space. It looks like they were kind of avoiding contact with 9D to begin with, maybe. They did get quite badly hurt by them, even if they did win that fight eventually. They spent so much resources, so much time in that fight with them in the first map, so I think definitely avoiding that is probably a good idea. You can it's probably just every team now is thinking, okay, how do we maximize our points now? We've got that first game down. Let's just see what we can do.
There's an interesting little dance going on there between 90 and C7. This one kind of going on in the northwest. I was kind of keeping an eye on this, right? So you had Team 99 that was in the middle of Graveyard, but then they had DN at Observatory. You had Team USA up in Shipyard, and Team 999 kind of split in 2-2. They sent 2 to kind of keep an eye on Shipyard, 2 to kind of keep an eye on Observatory, and both DN and USA managed to escape their drop spots, make their way into the center of the circle right as 999 was pushing out there. So they managed to avoid the early game fight with 999, and now 999 is kind of regrouping around Graveyard, although it looks like Atomic might be pushing out to Observatory, and now 999 might see that and decide to make that push here. Is DN just going to do a little tower defense here?
Yeah, DN, you do get the feeling after that first game that they're not quite as confident as they were. You know, maybe a bit overzealous coming out of that LCQs where they really, you know, had the lobby to themselves at that point. Coming back into this one, it was kind of a snap back to reality moment. Suddenly, you're playing with the big boys again. You got Fuego and Pizarro chasing you down. You got all of the teams that made it so difficult for you to get points in that group stage and pushed you into the LCQs by just a few points, actually. It kind of just keeps you back, and it kind of, you know, reality check a little bit. And they're playing it a lot slower this time.
Yeah, they didn't even get a chance to get chased down by those other teams. They just got immediately punched in the mouth by 999 and had to watch the rest of that one play out from the lobby. So this time, tower defense towards the center of the circle, not a bad strat if you're wanting to kind of slow things down a little bit here. And meanwhile, 1A, you can see just downhill. There's no other way to put it. I mean, shocking. Absolutely shocking, the performance that they were able to put on in the game 1. We'll see if they can build on it. But meanwhile, we saw Atomic make that push down. 999 was looking like they might want something, and it looks like that is going to be the Bell ringing. Nice grenade. Gonna find some damage on the tail as push comes through. Nicely done with the shoddy in hand from Flo. Gets the knock, gets the flush, gets the first blood in the pockets of Atomic.
We know how strong the shotguns are in this game. And Atomic use that to their advantage. Just bring everything close range. Abreu getting another one for his team. 2 flushes already. Team 999 are down to so little members. And Jonix is on a little flank here, waiting for members to drop down and push right into him. Good reaction from the Team 999 member there, Ryuk.
Oh, that's
gets
huge.
a knock. Oh, but they're so quick to bring that back up. They can just rally around him, get the trade, finish it off. 3 points for them already, and they've got the res.
That was huge, though. Ryuk getting that knock actually opened up the door for Makulu to escape for 999. So that's going to be, they keep one alive. They'll be able to get the revives back on. But you see Makulu pushing down into hangar where Pizarra and Laonu are fighting. So Makulu going to need to be real careful here as Laonu looks like they've spotted out Pizarra in the wide open. Blue walls are down, but Prince is laying down the deeps.
There's anywhere you want to catch a team like Pizarra Esports, it is right in the middle of an open airfield. I mean, they do get away eventually, and I mean, we already saw this kind of fight. Laonu taking Pizarra at a disadvantaged place, and then suddenly Pizarra just turns it around on them, wipes the whole team, so they've got to be careful.
Absolutely.
Happened once to them already. I doubt they want it to happen twice. You know, shame on me, shame on you kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. And well, for Pizarra, this is now a second game in a row where they've just been hassled and harassed from the very early game on. So they're pushing into the circle, but they're going to run into 1A and DN doing their little tower defense thing with Laonu right at their backs. Meanwhile, Fuego is still, I mean, once again, just all by themselves down towards Factory, so avoiding all of this early game nonsense. Domi will open things up onto 1A, though, finds a knock onto Junior as Pizarra and the rest of the team trying to make their way in. Domi gonna go down, though. Big damage coming through from the rest of 1A, and that's actually going to be DN also taking shots down in to the garage, but it looks like Pizarra should be able to reset.
Yeah, just trying to get a quick flush there, see if they could get anything off. They're not going to be able to, and they're not going to move from that location. It's going to be so difficult to get out of there with so many teams surrounding you. But I mean, we're just seeing all of the we're seeing the storylines develop in lifetime here. Oh, there we go. God. Oh, and they're both getting involved on Pizarra now. Pizarra not going to get many points from this first 2 maps here as 1A and DN, 2 LCQ teams ganging up on the first seed just to get them completely removed from these maps. They're now down to 2 players. And they just huddled in a corner now for warmth. What else can you do? The freezing cold of 1A and DN.
Not a whole lot. There's not much they can do. They can try to stay alive as 2 here. Is 9D going to find themselves in a scrap against Osaka? They started off pretty nice. They got the knock, they got the flush, but now Osaka has the hard cover, and 9D trying to make the push with the glue walls, trying to get into throwables range here. But unfortunately for them, Domi still has grenades, and they are not landing though. Big shots coming through from 1P though, and Maduro also doing some damage here. So no knocks coming through as 90 has now managed to get there. They're going to find Domi immediately. They'll get traded back down as Shakala is going to go down. The time turner does come out to try to keep things alive here as now another knock comes through. Osaka. Oh no! Everything turning around here. What a turn from Osaka! 1P using that bush to perfection.
Wow. Osaka, they just turned it around in the blink of an eye. Getting 3 knocks in the space of about 2 seconds and then just finishing it off like it was nothing. Oh dear, Club 9D off to a bit of a mare of a start in these first 2 games. I mean, Bermuda is a map where we expect Club 9D to at least get a few points on the board. That's really unfortunate for them. You see Team 999, a team that is quite well known for actually keeping a member alive, bringing everybody back, running into the fight, disengaging, bringing everybody back, running back into the fight. They're making that happen. They've just thrown themselves back into the new zone. They're going to have to head a lot further to get to the Bimasakti strip down there. But now you can see everybody heading for their final rotations toward this last area. Pizarra Esports firing down upon Atomic as they try and run away. Oh no, Team 999 are getting pincered here by Prince, the Laonu member who's still standing, and here comes Atomic, so that's going to make things very difficult for Makulu here.
Not looking great. It does look good that Pizarro is able to get back up to 4 strong, though, so that's good news, as they will spot out that last member. C7 getting a revive in as well. So Atomic will clear up their north side. They don't manage to spot Prince, though, so Laonu's still in things, relying on the solo play of Prince. Fuego also wrapping around on that south side. Looks like a lot of real estate has pretty much been claimed, although C7 is extremely split here, Twiggy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strat that you can employ. I mean, just grab 1 point, and even if your member goes down on that scouting position, you know, you can res them back up as the rest of the team. You can see there are still a few buy stations in this last space of the map. It is possible to get that member back up before you run into those last fights. But I mean, with the amount of teams, once again, we're heading towards the third zone here. You know, very, very tight position. You got 10 teams still standing. That is a lot to cover from all angles, and you never know if somebody's coming in from behind you, whether you have to guard zone, and you got people in front of you trying to rotate through. Suddenly, you know, that early rotation, finding a bit of hard cover within the middle of the zone is looking more and more and more appetizing here. DN Esports.
Oh boy.
Making their way around the bottom of the hill there. That's going to be scary for Atomic.
Oh, the good thing is they spot him. I think Atomic may have been trying to pull a little bit of a camp here onto DN, but the camp is not going their way as Bad Boy landing the big shots. Now, the push down from Atomic come on the low side. Flow will find one, at least gets one trade in. And now the rest of Atomic trying to work around the bridge as somebody's trying to go for a push here. I can't see who it is. DN just having to pull away as the zone has arrived. Going to do some pretty not insignificant damage, and wouldn't you know it, Pizarro has come over immediately at the perfect time to do a little third partying here, and they'll find at least one knock, but Domi gonna go down. Oh no,
what is
Bad
this
Boy.
flank? Bad Boy just comes out of nowhere from behind Bizarre Esports, gets 2 knocks for his troubles. He'll get knocked in return eventually, but that's a lot of damage onto Bizarre Esports. I was going to say, Bizarre Esports come through and they're like, hey, DN, you remember when you shot at us before? Our turn now. That's us. But DN just come in from behind, make the fight so much more difficult for them. And even though they're down now, Atomic have the upper hand because of the amount of damage that was done to Bizarre Esports. Team USA are getting involved. They're getting 3 points on the board on the crippled Bizarre Esports.
Team USA from way downtown. The long-range shots, and it is going to do a lot of damage here to Bizarre. I think they're down to just Jam and Ideal. As it looks like Bizarre is going to have to wrap around down to the south side just to avoid this. But Atomic stays alive, so DN does go down. Meanwhile, C7, they're going to run into a fight over on the eastern side of this circle. The glue walls are down, and Dragon just trying to survive here, hoping that Letra, they can't get that res. All right, so C7 back up to 3 strong. Player on the outside of 1A's building, but look at Fuego. They are just sending all their utility over in this direction.
Yeah, we see Virus Gaming eventually getting involved. They've been absent for the whole game so far, but once again, I mean, employing the Osaka strat. Osaka got 3rd place last game by just joining in at the last moment, and here come Virus Gaming trying to do the same thing to them. 1A taking down a couple members of C7 as well, and C7 are just stuck around the corner of this house here, and there's nowhere to go. There's no more hard cover to work with. You get pushed out of this position, you're out in the open, so they're doing well to hold on to it. But fights ring out across the map. There we go. Virus Gaming finally take down Osaka. Osaka going to be taking a much worse finish than they did in the last map. I'll be very unhappy with that. But Virus Gaming surviving and right in the middle of this last zone here.
Oh, they get blessed with that zone. We'll see what Fuego can do. As 1A, that was a really nicely done push outside of their building to clean up what was left of C7 now. They are kind of pinned a little bit now, though, but the south side is where all the action is. As Pizarro now down to just Jam, as Flo is working around with the Shoddy. It's a Shoddy versus a submachine gun here. They are taking their time to play this one out with the zone right behind them.
Yeah, probably the worst thing possible to do here. Jam is down in the corner. Fuego has already been crippled here by 1A Esports. They're just the Giant Slayers at this point, taking down every one of the big players for all of the rest of the teams. It doesn't matter whether they get the win or not. They're just getting points on the board, and big points at that. Obviously, every player you knock is worth the same amount, but when you take down a team that can end your game so quickly, That's very good for you in the late game. Down to 5 teams now. Atomic finally finished that. And 1A Esports get even further in. They're taking on Virus Gaming now. They've just, you know what? Here's a team. We'll take them out. It's their turn. And they push it even further. They're not scared of anything.
This is fantastic to watch here, 1A. Now we'll take out Virus as they have lost a player but gained a couple of kill points here, and it is on the back of Vela. This is a new player for 1A, and boy, is that a nice pickup as Vela is just coming in correct for 1A right now. Ghost gonna get another point in his bag as well. Now we'll see if USA can clean up what's left of Fuego. Yep, except we'll find Capades, so that'll be it for Fuego. They won't get back-to-back victories this time. Ghost has been spotted out though. Vela now the last player up, trying to work around the glue walls, work around the other walls. Will go down to a nicely placed grenade from Joshfer, and now it is just down to 1. Victor, and he get another point here for Virus? Can he pull off the impossible, or will it be USA? It will, and it'll be done with the scythe. Team USA get the second booyah of tonight.
Well, the grand finals are the grand equalizer. It seems like every team is getting involved right now. It doesn't matter whether you came from the LCQs, doesn't matter whether you're at the bottom of the group stage. Seems like everybody just seems to be bringing their A game today. It's 110% from every team, and it's just equalized everything up so much. Fuego not managing to get the top points in that game. 1A Esports, probably one of the best performing teams over the 2 maps, but so many different teams getting involved. Virus Gaming getting to the end there, and obviously USA, who really didn't get involved last map. And they're already all the way with a booyah, so, I mean, I don't even know what to make of this. I don't know what analysis you can make right now. It's just everybody is putting everything in.
It's a free-for-all, man. It's a free-for-all, but we do have an analyst desk to help us try to make some sense of the insanity that we just saw on Bermuda. So, guys, take it away.
Absolute insanity that it was. That was an intense game. Loved every single second of it. I know you have a few things to say about that match room. Talk me through this.
Okay. We might be having some problems with expectations coming into this. Let's go ahead and start with that one, because this is now the second time that 1A has helped take down Pisar Esports, which was a heavy favorite in a lot of what we were going to be looking at. And again, good position inside of Circle. Yes, the Circle is more Eastern leaning, and that is going to favor the way that they're positioned right now. So it's not necessarily like everything's out the window yet, but there are some changes that we might need to be looking at moving forward, because we talk about this with momentum. You now are getting more points, and now with those points, you now get more freedom to take riskier plays, which can lead to massively more points. So teams like 1A are in a very interesting position right now, where teams like Pisar that we thought were going to already be in the dominant position now having to kind of catch back up.
Yeah, I feel like, right, Clover, I need to bring this up. I have to bring it up. We said just before the break, I feel like me and you, we can kind of see the future round here, okay? Just pointing that out real quick. Team USA coming in clutch. What do you think it was in particular that they did differently that ultimately led to their victory in that second game of the day?
Well, I wouldn't even necessarily say it's what they did differently, but I think it's what they normally do was a perfect situation for this game type. Coming in from the north, wrapping along the western side, playing the edge, clearing out the compounds again. We saw that big clustering of teams in a compound in the same type of position as we saw in that first game. Having that information, kind of getting an idea of who's there, they really focused on one team at a time, tried to pick apart what was left. I really love Josh for just an all-around great player, but just everybody in general for Team USA finding that productivity that match. And again, I mean, that's what to me is so exciting to watch this team.
Yeah, I feel okay. Fuego dropping Sentosa. I believe it was uncontested as well. Surprised or not surprised?
I mean, that's got to become the new theme, right? Because we're getting this hot drop that's happening over around Cape Town, and that's becoming a kind of a challenge for position. I think that on this map, at least, they're going to get some freedom, but we'll have to see how that's going to stack up as we're going to be moving into our next map after that. This was a very interesting circle, specifically in the earlier stages of it, where we saw, I guess, a lot more of a death funnel that was shifting into the west, and where we can see a DN and Atomic coming in. this is the catalyst fight. Scoped a lot of what we were going to be looking at the end game. The in low ground gets some very early opening knocks on this reposition coming out from Atomic on the other side of it. Now opened up, drew attention from DN, and that let in Pisar come in on the other side of it. And it was just chaos over here for a while.
Yeah, and two, I mean, ADL and Jam, the last two players left for Pisar. You know, you kind of brought it up a little bit, Ferocity, that what's going to happen with them. They are in the chase, and I never expected them to be a team that would already be chasing this difficult, as we talked about already. 1A, once again, having that consistency there in the late game, 2 games in a row. So I feel like it's only a matter of time before we see a booyah here. And there we go, that final member falling for Virus Gaming. When we look at the leaderboard, though, the total points, yeah, 1A up there at the top, Fuego USA close by, but everybody else, it is so close. In terms of points and the way that anybody could maybe catch up at this point. But I'm still seeing that consistency from teams.
We got to be careful with with 9D. This is a team that we had some pretty high expectations for, and these early drops aren't going the best for them. That's put them in a rough position, so hopefully they can find a little bit of safety in their drops to get their feet back under it and moving into these later rounds.
I'm hoping that my predictions are going to be somewhat viable by the end of the day, but as you did mention there, 1A Esports currently in the lead after match number 2 with a total of 34 points, followed by Fuego. Despite their booyah, I feel like in the kills department, they're lacking just a little bit. Do you feel like they're able to come back stronger when it comes to game number 3? We're going to take a little bit of a break. Do you think it's going to be back to the drawing board, quick little reset, and we'll see the Fuego that we're kind of expecting, as well as the Pisar that we've been expecting from the very start of the day matchroom?
Well, Fuego, they've been doing exactly what we expected them to do. And it's just all the fighting's happening just in the West, time and time again. So they're just not being as involved as they can be. 1A has been a beneficiary of that, most notably off of Vela. Vela has been playing an incredible series, but with a new map comes a new mindset. So what was working now might not be working as efficiently anymore. So we'll have to see if 1A can still keep finding that favor and gatekeeping position, because that's where they're finding success. But I wouldn't be surprised if we might be seeing like maybe some MAD coming out from Pisar or Team 99, maybe even 9D. They definitely need to go more into their guns heavy. It feels like they're playing safe right now because they wanted to get that lead early and instead are now chasing, and that leads into an entirely different change in mindset.
Yeah, I mean, I've been promised the aggressiveness coming through from Pisar in particular, but unfortunately I haven't actually seen much of that coming into fruition for the games that we've seen thus far. But as I did mention, we will be back after the break. We're going to give the teams a quick little breather, but do not go anywhere because we're going to be giving away the very first part of our top secret code after the break, and we'll be back with plenty more games as well. Do not go anywhere.
Hi, I am honored to bring you this interim news about Free Fire. we all know is a game that embraces changes together with our players.
Today, we are thrilled to present a new design style. Let me introduce the design concept of this. This is actually my daughter's drawing. Well, that wasn't the best opening. Let me present you the real design piece. We tried a brand new way of designing, focusing on simpler sketch lines. To present this motif, we will release a one-of-a-kind outfit bundle. And we gave it a meaningful name. Wow, cool name, right? This bundle comes with special effects when you attack, run, and jump. Check them out in-game. Now, the next update is... well, maybe the Wi-Fi is stunned by our new design, huh?
Booyah! Ha, that was a tiny surprise.
The final version will be out April 1st. Stay tuned, and thanks for coming. Bye-bye. You made a fool of me out there. And why? Why wasn't the second update ready? And why is the second part unfinished? Is it ready now? How's our progress?
What is up, everybody? Welcome back once again, Free Fire Pro Series Spring 2022. My name is Jasmine and I'm joined by my two amazing analysts, Matchroom and Clover. We have had our very first two games of the day taking place already. Guys, how do you feel like the games have been going so far? Matchroom, is this within the realm of what you had expected to kind of pan out towards the start of the day?
It's what I was hoping wouldn't happen, but you all can often see this happen. Is teams that know that they're good will play more passive and go for the late game win, trying to pick up all the kills then. And you kind of get in your own head that, oh, well, that's where all the points are going to be at, so that's where I need to be at. And so you're so focused on the end game, you kind of lose the earlier and mid games. So I'm hoping it's just a reset back to basics for a lot of these teams that we were expecting to do well. And I really want Vela to keep doing whatever Vela is doing because I'm really enjoying it. We've had some amazing plays coming out of that, and I want more. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, honestly, this is the best map to do it for as well, because traditionally Kalahari is not the most best map that's for Fuego. Fuego did figure it out in the later stages of the groups, but throughout the opens and everything else, they really did not have a good shining moment there. So if this was an opportunity for teams to get ahead of Fuego, definitely that. Pisar, I feel like they're going to have that center dominance throughout this map too.
Well, I surely hope they do. I've heard plenty of good things about them. It's just a matter of putting that into action, actually seeing it take place. But just before the break, I did promise you amazing people at home the very first part of the giveaway code. If you go ahead, jot that down on a notepad, get your pen and paper out, type it out on your phone, do what you gotta do. FFPS is the first part of the code that we are giving away. By the end of the show, you will have all the components to form the final code, and this is for an Operano Sheng weapon loot crate. That's 3 of those as well, so make sure you stay tuned throughout the duration of the entire broadcast. Take a look at our wonderful faces, take a listen to Poro and Twiggy's beautiful voices, because there is still plenty more Free Fire action coming to your very screens. I'm ready to dive straight into these drop spots, folks. I need you to talk me through it a little bit. Tell me what we're expecting as we head into our next map.
Ooh, well, real quick, I had said Pisar was going to sit up in Refinery. It looks like they've actually decided to instead take out Council Hall and take that northern rotation in that area. And typically, Refinery, we see a team sit here, oftentimes get challenged a little bit quickly. That might change. I think we might see either Virus or C7 have to break away from this position, because even if they fight this one out, there's not going to be too long before we start seeing teams like 1A and Fuego run up on them.
Well, I mean, Refinery can technically support both of them, and they might vie for that just to get dominance on it. But with the way that it's going right now, I wouldn't be surprised if both of them are trying to aim for maybe a little bit later of a late game. I think that we might be seeing influencing factors, most notably of your team in USA and Fuego coming in from the north and the west. They're going to lean into the hillsides and try to use it for cover. My eyes are going to be drawn more in the Shrines Council Hall direction, because we know that PSR is going to be coming through here. We very often see that Shrines area get a lot of attention in the early game with a fight for high ground position, and see if you can catch somebody that's rapping or even pushing there, because people love that high ground cliff that comes out from there. So PSR is a team that we know can frag early, enjoys getting kills, and now we've got Onu and DN who are going to be very close to them, and that might be a potential feast that PSR might be looking for.
And I need to ask you guys a little bit about the verticality when it comes to playing over on Kalahari. On the EU side of things, verticality plays absolutely huge into the way that these teams actually end up playing out their game. Matchroom, is this going to be a similar effect for the side of NA as well? Are we going to see people maybe playing a little bit more cautiously, or is it still gung-ho, throw caution to the wind and give it our best shot?
Placement and positioning are still key factors whenever we're looking at how North America plays, because they understand the strengths of high ground. And specifically, this map provides a lot of opportunities where you can be in the high ground and you don't have easily assaultable positions. So somebody has to wrap all the way around a hillside to be able to come up and just fight against you, or try to snipe you out of that spot. And so we'll specifically see around Refinery, there's going to be at least one, maybe 2 teams that hold the high ground, and then we're going to have several of them cluster into the low ground. Sometimes that works out and the low ground teams manage to advance out if the circle shifts away. But if it stays centered, that means the guys that are on the top are just going to be dropping everything they've got on everybody in the low ground, and it's going to make their life miserable. Inverse does happen if it shifts away from center, though, because now those guys get to gatekeep out everybody trying to leave those high ground positions, because we all know if you got to jump out of a high ground position, you're going to get demolished out.
Yes, absolutely. Clover, I'm so excited to get stuck into this one. But just finally, I feel like Kalahari, 100% win rate for the side of 9D. Do you think they can do it once again?
You know what? I'm seeing a little bit of potential in these first 2 matches. I think this is what they need to shake it up and climb back up the leaderboard. So 9D, it's now or never. Show us what you got.
Now or never, indeed. Throwing back over to Poro and Twiggy. Take it away.
Thank you very much. And yes, we are getting ready to get into game number 3 now. That map switch is coming in. Twiggy, do we expect to see more of the same from 1A, the shock of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, with a with a performance like that on Bermuda, how can you not think, how is this, obviously Kalahari and Bermuda so different, but with just pure damage like that, damage output from 1A, absolutely incredible, no matter what team they came up against, just demolishing them. How can the map change it that much? But Kalahari is interesting, if the zone lands in an awkward place, you can really be pushed into an awkward place. Going under a Refinery is such a difficult way to get towards a new zone. You've got teams right on top of you, and with Virus Gaming and C7 liking to land there, you're always going to have somebody holding Refinery, and if you have to go through that, which you generally do, things can get difficult. But, with a team like 1A who have just been doing so well for the first 2 maps, obviously, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It might just be Bermuda is their map. I can't see the momentum falling off that quickly.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, Vela's on fire right now. Like, the guy can't miss. So it's absolutely nuts. Now, the interesting thing is, once we do get over to Kalahari, this is kind of like an equalizer of sorts, almost like Pizarro through group stages had the highest kills and the highest average placement, but as far as kills go, it was fairly spread out. I mean, there's different teams did perform pretty differently, depending on I guess the circle's having a big play into this thing, right? I mean, Refinery obviously gets a lot of attention being the dead center and having that multi-tiered kind of gameplay around it, but anytime it goes away from Refinery, it seems like it kind of opens things up. It gets a little weird, and a lot of these teams are able to do a little bit of third party, maybe get some kill points in their pockets.
Well, C7 have kind of given Refinery the Virus Gaming. This is really interesting from them, because they always got Refinery. Obviously, there was Zundel Esports in the group stage and the LZQs, what we knew them as, and you always saw that blue circle landing right on top of Refinery. Maybe heading into this one, we're seeing a lot of different changed strats. Maybe these teams really have been going back through that footage, scrubbing it, seeing where everybody's landing, maybe coming up with counter strategies. So difficult in a Battle Royale game to come up with like a proper counter strategy that works all the time, because everything can change at the drop of a hat. But maybe that is the plan going in here. These are 2 teams that we expected to get involved with each other straight away. 2 teams landing always on top of Shrine, LaONU and DN Esports. Excited to see who comes away with the win in this fight.
Yeah, getting the blue zone here too is to make it even that much more interesting. Here is Venva going to go try to take that high ground spot as that VSS in hand. Could do some big damage if LaONU's not looking. Mario gets kind of spotted out. Oh, already taken down to about half HP. That wasn't even from Venva. That was from somewhere different. Nice angle. Immediate knock there for Venva. And that should open up the door here. Edvin landing some big shots with that snipe. Santi going to have to run back in. Venva going to try to take the damage, or do the damage from the top. Does so, and that he's got to let them know. He's like, they are absolutely lit right now. And that is a big push coming in from DN. Mario now the last one up with the shotty in hand. Looks like Kelvin is already ditched. So regardless of what happens here, LaONU will stay in it. And, well, there you go. That's going to start things off. 3 kills in the pocket of DN.
Yeah, you get control of the hill there over by Shrine. First out of the 2 teams that drop there. You're looking at a pretty higher incidence rate of winning that fight.
Huge.
DN, I mean, they seem to have done
this
every time they come up against. Oh my god, they're chasing it!
Absolutely.
This is so good.
This is really good stuff from DN.
Will they be able to stop it?
I think they read him like a book. They know he's immediately going to go for that revive spot, and Kelvin going to take
good angles.
Adil's going to be the one that does it for Pizarro, the third party coming in, and just like that, LaONU's plan gets shambles.
What a brilliant play. They get 2 angles on that one, so no matter what the glue wall was from that last remaining player of LaONU, no shot they were getting that revive off, and they just cut it out before those players landed back in. LaONU come away with absolutely 0 points. DN Esports get a flush. That's so happy for them. Virus Gaming getting pushed off of Refinery now by USA. They're going to be able to res those up quite happily. And in Refinery, you do have that ability to be able to just hold down your position and res all your teammates, but still. A nice point on the board for USA anyway.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Virus, as they had the Refinery drop. They unfortunately Diablo gets caught out and picked off before they can kind of group up in a better position. So good work on part of USA for getting that knock and the instant flush. So another kill going over to them. C7 and Atomic have made their way into the cliffs on the north side of the Refinery. Atomic holding down that low spot. C7, they just know. They know somebody's down there. They're kind of pinched. That's not really a fight C7 wants to take with Atomic, really. That's that hard coverage is too difficult to really do anything about.
Yeah, you start firing shots down there. Atomic are just going to hide immediately, and then you've drawn the attention of Virus Gaming, who have the high ground on you. Maybe not the fight you want to take at this point. You can see they're hyper aware of Refinery up there with Virus Gaming, just looking down upon them, obviously. Not looking directly at them, but they're just trying to defend the Refinery position, because it's so important in those first 1 and 2 rings, where it's always Refinery's always going to be in the first ring, pretty much always going to be in the second ring. So having that control there in the early game is really important for Virus.
Yeah, C7, I think the plot here is to just kind of have one player keep an eye on Atomic, make sure that they stay inside that hard cover, don't try to push up behind them when they're not looking, and then just kind of peek over into Refinery, see if he can maybe pick off another one of Virus. I mean, it's already happened once, so Virus definitely need to be careful here. They don't want to lose another one and get knocked down to 2 early on, as we kind of keep an eye on the rest of the map. Bizarre way off in the north after picking off the last player from La Unu from that council hall spot. They've started wrapping around towards the east, so looks like they should be okay for right now, although DN, they continue to wrap over here. I'm interested if DN's on the hunt here or if this is just their normal pathing to get in.
You've got to be feeling quite good after the heroics of theatrics you brought out on Laonu there. So maybe trying to push the momentum a little further. I'm not sure they usually push around here. If I remember correctly, they usually push around towards the west, but I mean, having to push into Bayfront, trying to get that finish on the Reza there. Possibly, you know, they've just taken advantage of their different position off the back of that, and they're just going to try and play it by ear at this point, because I'm not sure this is... I obviously, my memory might not serve me particularly well here, but I don't remember them heading over towards this area of the map before.
Just gotta... While we were kind of taking a break in the action here, we saw 1A making their way on the... just hugging the very western edge of this first circle. Nobody really near them. But they're making their way down towards the south right now. Meanwhile, you see the danger zone. Fuego's already in, just hiding out inside of a building right now. This is definitely more of a calm early game here than we have been seeing through the first 2 games. Now that we've switched up and switched over to Kalahari, slowed down a little after that initial hot drop. Although Virus making that jump, they're actually jumping out. They're going from the center of the circle out.
That's interesting.
Interesting play. Giving up Refinery.
Maybe. Oh
man.
Giving up a really good location there, actually. Refinery would have been a lovely place to guard that. They would have had... I mean, I get it, right? You want to push away, maybe, you know, put your eggs in one basket in that sense, but, you know, you were surrounded by several... They probably saw C7 down over there. They probably saw 9D, and maybe...
Had to go for the revive, though, didn't they?
There. Right, yeah. You don't want to be stuck in Refinery at that point, because... you're gonna have to rotate, and everybody might be pinching you. If that circle did land fully on Refinery, and everybody was going in towards them, that would have been difficult. That is perfect for a Refinery push, but... I mean, you know, they made a gamble. Didn't quite work out for them, but they'll still get that res, so they'll be a full team at the very least.
Yep. Circle keeping 4 up, going is a little bit more important than the circle position, at least in the shot calling of Virus, as we see Osaka now scrapping with 999. Jeremy trying to make the push out with the shotgun in hand, not gonna find anybody, so now he's kind of a little bit on an island here. As nice shots from Maduro will find Ryuk. That'll be the first knock. Mr. T starting to creep out, trying to see if he can take out Imadora, but Imadora, 1P protecting his flanker, and this is really well played by Osaka so far. They're just picking 999 apart.
Yeah, it's calculated from them. Team 999, super reactive. I mean, they just really, you know, they saw where Osaka were, and they just started pushing, taking position, even though they were down on members. Just went for it. And Osaka just waited for them. They didn't take the bait. They didn't rush in towards them. There you go.
Wow.
Clean wipe. Clean wipe from them. 4 kills on the board. Lovely. Oh, and another one of these pushes as C7 is now defending Bayfront from Team USA, pushing all the way in here. They've already got 1 point on the board. 2 points now, but they need to get a little more, and pushing into the time turners. They get 1 more knock. They get 2 knocks.
Oh no! The push from C7 just falls apart as USA gets the revive, or gets the res off rather, and they immediately turn onto C7. Letra now trying to run away, trying to survive, but he has been absolutely picked out. Mudo just landing every single shot. But Letra, okay. They do eventually go down, but not before Mudo got put on notice.
You want to send a message to them at the very least there. It's your dying breath kind of thing. Wow. Okay. Well, it's intimidating, even if you did die milliseconds afterwards. You do go out there in number 9. I mean, 9 teams and so spread out still. So this is going to be one of the more slower kind of mid to late games we're going to see come through here, because everybody's so spread out right now.
Team USA following up their booyah in game number 2 with 5 kills so far, and have earned themselves center circle position. Now DN just off to their east. Check in with Virus. Remember, they left Refinery, pushed out south, got the revive, got back up to 4 strong, and now they are right underneath Osaka, and Osaka has no idea. Big grenade coming through. Oh, it's a little too far, and now the glue walls are coming down. They're going to try to make the push with the shotties and submachine guns in hand. No knocks coming through just yet. Time turn is being used to great effect. Comatron will find Victor, but immediately gets traded back. Diablo will go down. Calvin actually getting involved from range for Fuego. Third partying this from a ways away. Gross Zero trying to get things done with that charge rifle in hand. We'll pause down. There we go. Okay, we're back in. Gross Zero and Comatron still up, but you can see the damage coming in from range as Camparis will find another one here. Fuego just picking them apart from distance.
Yeah. Osaka trying to hang on by the skin of their teeth here, and Fuego is just making things so difficult for Virus Gaming now. They just want to get this kill on this last member. Just let them get away with it. Victor has been knocked as well. Oh no, everybody's going down. Jeremy in the kerfuffle has got well away. I think maybe Virus Gaming going to go out before him. He's healing up. He's just watching them.
Oh, he's keeping eyes, although I think they spotted him trying to make that push. Has the tree down behind, but Jeremy gonna find one. I'm not even sure how he managed to flick that one. That was a dirty shot. And now Jeremy looks like I don't even know if he can escape here. I mean, Fuego's just got eyes right on. But 3 up for Virus. That might be the focus here, as Fuego has sent Scott. I don't know if Fuego sent Scott or Scott just said, screw this, I'm pushing out. I want more kills. But you can see Virus just completely pinned here up against the blue.
Virus still just... Yeah, they really just want Jeremy at this point. You can see they're just watching that, but they know that they can't push out. Scott has taken such an aggressive angle that neither of these teams can actually move whatsoever. They're doing a great job of pushing them out towards the ring here. Jeremy, I wouldn't do that if I were you, buddy. I know it's an open field. I know it's going to be difficult to run away.
No glue walls either.
Wait for the opportune moment. Yeah, I think just waiting for Fuego to fully engage with Virus Gaming here is the play. Because Virus Gaming, they can't risk pushing Jeremy here. Here we go. Going to take his opportune moment. It's like a... Oh, man.
So
here
sneaky.
we go. The full prone.
So sneaky.
Nades. No! Jeremy!
Oh, Jeremy, he's gonna survive for right now. If you see Grozero, I mean, that's your nade god right there, and he's not able to land him. Well, meanwhile, on the north side, we've got Team USA pushing into DN. 2 knocks already. Exhale will get res, so USA back up to full strength. Venva looks like he's been spotted out. A nice grenade will come through, do some damage. Won't get the knock, so DN back up to full strength as well. But look at 1A. They're just hanging out across the street, picking off whatever they can find. They'll find Josper to open things up here. And now Edvin will find Vela. That'll put things on pause here. Good work from DN to be able to take a fight on 2 fronts. They've dropped down the glue walls to prevent the push coming in for right now while they get those reses off and get healed up. But I mean, it's going to have to come to a head eventually. I mean, 1A, they can just kind of hang out here and wait.
Yeah. You can just see here, Team USA just holding charge blasters, waiting for somebody to come around the corner at that point. It's a great gun for being able to do that. Just hold the corner and then peek ground, and they're dead. You can see Patojo trying to get away from this one. There's not much room, but the rest of his team comes in from behind, and they've trapped Team USA in a corner. There's nowhere anybody can go. They're just trying to push through all the bodies on the ground. Everybody's stuck behind glue walls. Razzle trying to move anywhere he can to get the reses back up. Will they be able to just get him back standing? DN try and push him through the door, but the charge blasters will knock them both down. DN Esports get eliminated by what was an amazing defense from USA.
So, I mean, when chaos strikes, you can always rely on shotguns and sights.
Yeah.
That'll be okay. Atomic now having to take the fight to 9D. They've lost everybody. It's just down to Flow, and you can see that zone pushing in right behind him. 29 HP left to his name. Will survive a little bit longer, but I think he's gonna get spotted. Oh, he doesn't get spotted. White, Jay White, come on! I know you got him. He's going through the side. He's juking him
way is
right.
he no! Eventually, it's okay, you know. But an inch or a mile, that doesn't matter. Got the job done. White's still standing.
God.
They've got a member left in the game, and they've got themselves a top 5 spot with that, so all worth it in the end. White is really reeling from that one, though, and I don't think he had much... Oh, there you go. Oh, reeling.
Yeah.
Name of the game. USA Esports also get taken down by Pizarro Esports. This is really, okay. We were talking about how Pizarro Esports, a little uncharacteristic from them in Bermuda, but these are their 2 maps. Kalahari and Purgatory is where we expect them to go off completely, and it seems like they're trying to do that, but 1A, the thorn in their side, is trying to stop them from doing just that.
Yep, 2 powerhouses coming into the end game here. Fuego, Pizarro, and today's powerhouse, 1A. Not to be trifled with at all. 7 kills already in the bag for Fuego. Vela just continues to find knocks onto Pizarro. They will continue to get those reses up, though, but they are beaten, broken, bruised. And this might be 1A forcing Pizarro to push in to Fuego, and that would actually set up really nicely for 1A here. If they can force these 2 teams to fight and then just come in third party, whatever's left, this could be a beautiful setup for 1A. Pizarro, I think, realizing what is going on, though, and they are just going to try to stop down as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk all day about how, Vela's been popping off massively, getting shots all over the board, but that tactical play from 1A Esports to just try and keep them at bay and push them towards another team, just try and, manipulate the fight in their favor. That's another reason why they're doing so well here. I know there are a lot of Domadios fans in chat, and he is getting shot down at every turn here. And now it's Pizarro Esports trying to defend from 2 angles, 2 fronts firing down upon him. Domi getting some shots down. Vela is going to be taken down. Another member of 1A Esports on the ground. Campara is getting as well. Pizarro Esports trying to find a foothold in the game here. And now there's 2 members standing for both Pizarro and 1A. Scott getting taken down by Domi, but Domi's knocked down by the play zone.
No.
He walks backwards into it. It wasn't even moving yet.
Such great play coming in from Domi, and now it's just down to Jam as Fuego trying to push in. I think it's down to just 2 for 1A. Vela and Junior playing around those glue walls. You can see nobody wants to turn it into a shotgun duel, right? Yeah, they just continue to snipe down those glue walls. But the zone has arrived. Vela will get spotted. Junior gonna try to trade 1. He's gonna go down to the zone himself, and now Fuego trying to take out Jam, but Jam not going down without a fight. Jam is a 1v1, I think. I'm not sure who ended up getting the victory there. The booyah does go over to Fuego. Okay, Fuego does clutch it out, but man, what a wild finish there, Twiggy.
Yeah, I mean, 1A Esports have just been, we expect Pizarro Esports and Fuego to be at the top of that leaderboard, to be fighting it out at the end there. But 1A Esports just get involved. They're like, you know what, we'll take a couple here and there. We'll get involved. They're just being so annoying to these 2 teams at this point, and they're taking all the points away as well. They were at the top of the leaderboard before we came into Kalahari here. I think they'll stay at the top after that performance. Fuego are going to be hot on their tails, but they had such a good performance there as well. And it just seems like, even though, we can talk all day about how well they've been playing in terms of getting kills all over the place and getting points in terms of that, but their positional play, even though at the end there it was a bit difficult to move forward, glue walls just trying to get through to the zone there, but they've been doing so well to force fights between other teams.
Yeah, not much they could do there, but I mean, like you said, though, I mean, the meta decision making from 1A trying to force Fuego or Pizarro rather to push into Fuego and kind of set them up for that late game fight. It was about the best they could hope for, and they managed to do pretty well with it. But we'll see, man. We'll see what our analyst desk has to say about that win from Fuego. Guys, take it away.
I didn't get the gun finger point that time around, but thank you for that. That was an interesting game that we witnessed there. Throughout the game, I was kind of picking you guys' brains a little bit about the utility usage. In particular, Clover, we were chatting a little bit about the use of grenades. Now, I know quite a lot of players over in EU. I keep coming back to this because I feel like this comparison between EU and NA is absolutely amazing, and I feel like both regions could definitely learn a lot from each other. So I don't want to say I'm the spy that's going to be taking all of this intel from you, but I'm definitely going to be the spy that's taking all this intel from you. But the use of grenades over in EU, a lot of people will often just kind of cling onto that utility, not necessarily make use of it, and hope to use it to, like, once they live to see another day. But ultimately what ends up happening is that before they even have a chance to use it, they're completely eliminated. That utility goes to complete waste. But one thing that I notice over here, in particular this game over here, once we have all those people kind of crammed up in a building having another house party, by the way, I believe it
We
was
love our
Team
house
US.
parties.
I know. I think you guys put on a fantastic show for it, but in particular Team USA versus DN Esports, we had that little face off when it came to in that building as well. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of making use of your utility and in particular grenades over here in NA.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed out, right? We've got a lot of house parties that do happen here. We've seen it every single match thus far. We had a couple of house parties going on, not only between DN and USA, but also with I believe it was Atomic and Club 9D that were sharing a building for quite a long time. And so you'll see those teams use that utility as an opportunity not only to break glue walls, as we see everybody likes to do the glue walls, block the stairs, block a corner of the house, stack everybody in, kind of trap them inside. And then the hope is, right, to sink a basket, get that grenade right there in the center, and take out players before you run the risk of getting into that shotgun range, that close SMG range that we'll see when we get inside the houses. So the utility is huge. And then especially on a map like this one, where we do have a lot of open terrain, where the verticality is a factor, when you can use that grenade to eliminate somebody, especially in that later games, like we saw, those teams finally having to leave the houses, didn't really have anywhere to go. You had teams like Pizarro waiting for them. And that's where it was just, hey, you know what? I'm going to throw a quick grenade your way, and it is spent. And with opportunities to not only loot bodies that are around you, because as you've seen, you had a lot of dead bodies stacked up in one area as so many teams push one spot, then you don't have to worry about going to the late game without anything, because if you're surviving those fights, then you're also going to get rewarded with whatever utility is left behind.
I mean, I feel like the utility usage was absolutely crazy in that game. Grenades flying left, right, and center. And I think we actually had a couple people being knocked down from them as well. But heading back over to the concept of like this aggro gameplay versus this like super, super passive gameplay. Matchroom, one thing that I noticed, I spoke to you about it ever so briefly, but Fuego were actually opting to hide in one of the buildings, allowing VG to just run straight past them, making their way towards sub. Now talk to me a little bit importance of playing passive versus aggressive for a team, especially such as Fuego.
Well, it's about learning what your win conditions are and learning what your play style is. Whenever we look at a battle royale, there's several different ways you can play it. Like you can go more gun heavy or you can go more control. A good example you can look at is if you go back and watch that last game, off the start of it, there was this fight that happened here, but then to the east of it, Pizarro moves down to the south and shifts, I believe that it's Osaka more south, and then they end up catching on to the teams that are wrapping into the south, as you can see in 999. This is a domino effect that comes from slow movement and just territory control, and that's how that carries over. You need to make sure that you're doing long wraps to approach in the right angles.
And I mean, again, here we go. That close range. This is the type of fight that we really see the utility come in clutch for, because you've got the time turners, you've got the glue walls, you've got so many players out in one area. And if you could land a perfect grenade, this is something that we do see with teams like Fuego, like teams like USA. Josh Fro is the player that will always come to mind, because I've seen him with one single nade take out a whole team. And that is when we see that utility coming in clutch, because again, that previous shot, we just saw a tree and not much else in terms of coverage. So if you're a player and you're trying to eliminate someone like that, or you're trying to just turn the odds back in your favor, that's where the utility is going to come into clutch, especially on matches like this. And there you go. There's that 1v1 that felt like it went on forever. I mean, White, I'll be honest, I was not expecting him to come out of that one.
And this is another surprising situation where we have 1A in the late game. I know we were talking about, we were having some expectations for Pizarro to make it there. They finally do, but it's good movement, good territory control coming up from Fuego. They did have a touch of a problem, as both teams did opt into focusing on them for a while, but you can see slow movement, getting into position in the later stages, and then just territory control, forcing the teams around you if you have the control point to play from. And then you can look down the hillsides around you. You can force everybody to fight. You can kind of referee what's going on around you at the times, and then pick up the kills as everything's going through for 13 to finish it out at 25 altogether from just one round.
Yeah, I gotta say, I was not expecting Fuego to pick up 13 of those kills, especially once I saw that passive kind of mentality and playstyle coming out from them. But as you did mention, they definitely pick their battles very, very wisely, and it most definitely works in their favor. But as we take a look at the most number of kills, as you can see, we've got Compares. There we go. I think I did a little something there. Not sure whether or not I did it correctly, but we see them kind of matching up kill for kill, 5 kills apiece, followed by 4 kills and then 3 as well. One thing that I absolutely love though is the fact that Fuego making at the top of this most amount of kills, right? I feel like it's pretty even footing in terms, 5 kills, 3 kills, 3 kills. I feel like over in EU side of things, you have one player that in particular will most definitely carry the entire game, and then you have people from all the other teams joining them as well. But I'm loving the fact that that teamwork, that real coordination is definitely starting to shine right now. But for the team USA, you mentioned that you're holding on hope, and you know what, your prediction's looking pretty darn good right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really just missing the 3-piece of Pizarro to wake up and go up to the top 3 there. USA, they were a little bit lower on the leaderboard, but in terms of points that match, I think they had 16, so that put them in second place. A lot of that came from kills, and in fact, all the kills came from the 2 players we saw there on the kill screen. So it's consistency, right? We're seeing consistency from USA. We're seeing consistency from Fuego, from 1A. And that's what we're seeing at the top. So some of those teams that are having off days, they really need to step up. But I mean, look at this. Average kills, damage, time survived. It's still in Fuego's favor here. But USA, even though their time survives a little bit lacking, they're still averaging the points. They're still finding the kills. And a lot of that productivity, again, comes from that mid-game control.
I feel like the amount of damage dealt is absolutely huge. Do you feel like maybe utility usage is going to be something that plays into effect with this? Because I feel like the likes of Fuego making use of that utility ensures that you don't have to take those close quarters combats and ending up in a situation where, you have a bit of a flow versus white situation where it gets a little bit awkward, a little bit heated, and then everybody walks away being completely embarrassed from that one. Talk to me a little bit about that matchroom, the use of, making sure you're inflicting as much damage as possible, and making sure that you're not getting incredibly kill hungry. You're allowing your teammates to pick up the kills and trade them as well.
That's all about communication. That's the key factor in what you need to do in this situation. If you noticed, we go back to the end of the last game where Fuego had that building on lockdown. They had one up on top that had free 360-degree visuals, while they had others that were in different positions around the lower bases to feed information and control from windows. Then as we started to see the walls come up, you, instead of just trying to burn them down, you can counter move around them, and that's hence the benefit on why they're curved. They give you the protection there, but that requires pushes. With the way Fuego held that down, they weren't having to use as much utility because they got to force the other 2 teams to fight and from that position. That means that whenever they were coming in, both the teams had the angles on them. It doesn't matter how I feel like I need to draw, but there's 2 walls here like this. They can still see each other, so it doesn't matter that Fuego can't see them. And we're not going to worry about the hand gesture that I just made and what that technically drew there, but it'll be fine, all considered. But we got to move into the next game, and I know I'm excited for it.
I'm certainly excited. Let's see how round 2 of Kalahari is going to go. Take it away, guys.
Welcome back to Kalahari once again. I mean, things have started to even out a little bit. Things are getting a little more, how we expect, but still 1A. They're the thorn in everybody's side. They're getting back up there, and I mean, everybody's just... It's interesting from them. It's really interesting. We're starting to see, a different side to this team. I'm excited to see how they move into this one because, it wasn't quite as good as those Bermuda games in this next map. But let's see. Maybe they just need to learn it a little bit. Once again, it's a new roster for them. Obviously, Vela, new addition, and they've moved on somebody from the bench. So, Junior... teething issues, maybe, but it didn't look like they had teething issues on Bermuda.
I don't know about that. Well, when you come in and you put on the performance that Vela did in your first 2 games, it's kind of hard to say yeah, we'll cut them some slack here, the new team kind of thing. That's kind of tough. But I got to be honest. Look, now that we're halfway through the first day, I'm kind of looking elsewhere on the leaderboard. Right, I'm looking at teams like 999. Man. That was a team that was definitely at the top of our minds coming into this as a team that can make a run, and it has just not been a good day for them so far. We'll see if they can kind of turn things around here in the second half. Club 9D also having some struggles. Virus, I would even say, I would have expected a little bit more out of Pizarro right above them. So, we at least saw Pizarro make it to the late game last time around, and before they got kind of stuck into a tough spot. But we'll see if they can maybe find some success here in the last game on Kalahari. Meanwhile, C7 taking it to Virus right up the top here. Letra has to pull back after getting absolutely bodied.
Yeah, we noted how C7 uncharacteristically didn't land on Refinery last game. Seems like they've decided to do it this game. Maybe they were just scouting out who was going to land on Refinery last time. Now they know it's Virus Gaming. They can take the fight to them. I don't know. That's an interesting decision from them. But either way, seems like they've taken control of it for now. Virus Gaming not sure if they can engage on this one just yet. And C7 have some nice off-angle positioning that they can try and fire upon them with. But no team has a lot of healing to work with, so they need to be very careful in these fights.
We saw kill feed there. Fuego managed to spot out Sail from Team USA. So USA only with 3 right now. Should be able to get that revive back. But I think that was just kind of a bad positioning. Unfortunate, unlucky there for Team USA. Meanwhile, a knock comes through and the flush. Diablo, don't peek that. Munoz just sneaks up right behind him with a shotty. Puts him on notice. Victor now trying to make that same push with that SMG, but no, will go down to Zeus, the shotty. So C7 standing strong here. 2 down, 4 Virus, down to just Grisero and Comatron. Grisero has to reveal himself, but does get the knock and the flush onto Letra. So it's down to a 2v2 as the fight for Refinery has started to pop off.
I was going to say, it's been so good from C7. That was really,
oh no,
really
Comatron.
Great.
He was the insurance policy. No. He was trying to escape. Oh no.
The insurance has fell through. DN Esports, as always, just getting these early game picks. They seem to be really, really good at just starting off the game with a bang. Getting a nice position. This is completely different from where they landed last game. Obviously, they were with Laona in Shrines last time. Now they're completely over towards Refinery.
Well, they landed in Shrines. They managed to loot up and they immediately got on the rotation. So DN showing some real quick movement, real quick decision making, not wanting to waste any time here. Immediately get over to Shrines, get over to the Refinery. They'll take the low ground here, and it might actually pay off for them, as we saw C7 knocked already pretty low. It looks like Grozero did manage to escape, so Virus Gaming still 1 up down to the south.
Yep. Saka right below. Who's that above them? Laonu. Oh, Laonu, they've had some trouble starting off games so far. In fact, they haven't got a single kill yet in the grand finals. Over the past 3 maps we played, got 2 placement points, so that's 2 10th place finishes. But apart from that, nothing from them so far. And I mean, you can see in the way that they are disengaging immediately from this fight. They don't want to take it at all. They just want to try and get 9th or better in this game. Doesn't matter what it takes.
And there's been a first half of the day to forget, for sure, for Laonu, but very strong team, a team that's been playing together for quite some time. And we'll see if they can reset. I fully expect them to be able to reset. You can't get tilted. Just call it what it is. The first half was bad. Let's turn it around for the second half. Meanwhile, DN have fully pushed into Refinery. They're going to find 2 from C7 from range. Damage comes through. No knocks, though. But they will take over Refinery, as it looks like C7 just going to try to escape.
Yeah. Okay. Well, both teams, I mean, obviously crippled by that first fight. And yeah, I mean, DN runs up on that one. They seem to have just found the perfect timing. I'm not sure if they knew that that was the best play to go in for, but it's worked out for them perfectly. And now they have control of probably the most, the most influential area on the map, at the very least in the early game. We'll see how they work with that one. It's not a position they take on very often. They don't generally get the chance to.
You know what? I'm going to give them credit. I'm going to say that they were kill feed watching, and that they know that C7 and Virus do like to both drop Refinery. They saw the kill feed popping off, and they said, "Hey, you know what? These 2 teams are both really weak. They're broken down. So this is a pretty free and easy take for us in Refinery if we want it." So good for them. I'll give them credit for paying attention and good IGLing.
Well, Virus Gaming, another team that was over towards Refinery, now have Atomic right on their back, so they've just managed to revive all of their members towards the sub here, but they're going to run straight into some more trouble. Abri, who opens things up with a kill onto Victor, and they'll finish that one off. And that's, frying pan into the fire for Virus Gaming. They're going to have to run away again. And Maonu also seems to be, they can't catch a break. They run straight into Atomic.
Oh, no. That is bad luck for Launu. Probably worse luck for Virus. There's at least Virus looks like they've kept 3 up at least. So not all out of not all bad things here. Is now Atomic trying to take the fight over to Launu. They have to turn it around at some point, right? If you're Launu, take this fight. You know, you've got to start that snowball rolling at some point. You can't be scared to take fights. So try to get your points here where you can. This is not the worst position to be fighting, as it looks like Prince will find a nice little angle onto Abreu here. Damage comes through, no knock though. As a nice little low ground wrap here from Prince.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna start a fight with anybody so far, maybe Atomic not the best one to go for. I mean, they've kind of been creeping their way up the leaderboard, but they are currently in 4th place in the grand finals. We'll see where Laonu can, if they can get 1 point on the board through a kill here, it would be massive for them just to get that momentum swinging in their favor, but they don't seem to be able to get a single knock. 2 players down already, 3 players down, that's 3 flushes. Mario has to run away and he won't go anywhere. 0 points for Laonu once again.
Oh, the problems just keep continuing for Laonu. They don't even get a single knock onto Atomic. But you know what? I will stand by it. I say you've got to turn it around at some point, and the only way you're going to be able to do that is by taking these fights and trying to figure out what's wrong, and getting just trying to take the fights until you win one. And so that's I think what Laonu's plan is. But it won't work out in this game. They'll have to save whatever they've got left for Purgatory. Here's Bad Boy. Send some pretty highlight reel plays coming out for Bad Boy so far today. Will lay down some big fire on a Pizarro, but won't get the knock.
Yep, Pizarro. They started things off quite nicely for themselves on Kalahari last map. Not quite the performance they would have wanted. Again, 1A just kind of pushed them into an awkward position. This time, they take control of Refinery off of a team that is... Well, I mean, they did not have to do much there. Getting 1 kill and then just kind of... Well, DN Esports don't really want to engage in that one. They want to survive towards the end. They're a team that, you know, we expect to do relatively well after their performance in the LCQs, but haven't really found a foothold in the grand finals so far. Not as much as they'd want at the very least. They've been doing quite well compared to the other LCQ teams, but yeah, I think they just want to kind of survive for a little longer here. And Bizarre Esports now free control of Refinery.
Yeah,
right in the middle of this zone.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is interesting for Pizarro because, I mean, you and I both casted a lot of the group stage, a lot of the LCQ, and Pizarro usually kind of like prefers to hang out on those cliffs off to the north. This time actually pushing in. They'll find the Refinery all to themselves. Meanwhile, 999, we said we wanted to see a little bit of a turnaround from them. It hadn't been a great day so far. They're going to try to take their fight to Virus, who was, as we remember, already picked pretty low. So Tail will pick up 1 there. Grozero, very low. Tries to turn it around. The time turn are going to keep him alive, but not for long, as Mr. T will spot him out. Comatron now the last one up.
Yeah, Grozero is somebody you really want to take out quickly on Virus Gaming. We all know how much damage he does over the course of a series. His nades absolutely perfectly cooked every time, perfectly placed. So you really want to take him out at the start of a team fight, and they have managed to do that, get 2 kills on the board. It's lovely for them. You know, when you're down at the bottom of that leaderboard, every kill you get just really counts for so much, especially when now you're playing for that cash prize. Maybe, you know, obviously everybody's playing for that spot in the Free Fire World Series, but, you know, consolation prize is always nice, and getting yourself just a couple kills on those lower teams is going to get you, you know, a lot more money at the end of the tournament, so
absolutely
very good from them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting watching the map stream there. We saw Into from Fuego do kind of a flying loop around of Club 9D's position just to kind of gain information there. Hopefully they don't die to a sneaky Comatron. Oh no! Comatron, the snake in the grass, is gonna bite Fuego. Takes out 1, and now it looks like Fuego down to just 2. It looks like it's just gonna be Campares and Scott.
Yeah. And what was already a pretty difficult game for them, well, from them, who are the kill leaders right now.
Sure,
the kill, points leaders, everything right now in the grand finals. They've been doing so well. This is definitely not what they wanted to come in. Another knock comes from Atomic. They seem to be surrounded, and I mean, this has just been... Fuego just haven't found the same kind of position or footholds that they have in other maps so far. They've just been sitting on the edge of zone, pushed in by different players. They've got somebody guarding them from the edge of zone, and they've also got a team pushing them from the south, so that's really difficult for them.
Yeah, they've been finding a lot of success today playing from the edge, coming in late, as he said, just kind of doing area control. And this time around, it wasn't there, so they're suffering a little bit more. We'll see if they can get into the late game. I mean, they're sitting on 2 booyahs right now, so I don't think they're too terribly worried about it. But as you said, I mean, as far as points are concerned, the top of the leaderboard still pretty close. As we take a look at Club 9D, a mid and late game Club 9D, something we haven't really seen so far today.
Yeah, here we go. Atomic turn around the corner and very nicely timed time turner that saved themselves from the shotguns. But it's still shotgun range as Shackle is just going to walk outside of this one, try and get one down. Fuego in the meantime, they're rezzing their team members up. But here we go, Club 9D getting involved immediately. 2 knocks. Flo manages to get one down with the charge. Ooh, wait a second.
There you go.
Club 9D showing, there we go. More headshots for him. Shackle is the only member down, and Steve Gray gets another one. I don't think Atomic are getting away from this one too easily. Stuck at the bottom of this hill, and now the height advantage is with 9D as well. Oh, will he manage to disengage? I think maybe. Club 9D just going to leave him.
Really clean from Club 9D. They had the 2 long range on the high ground there, kind of protecting the front line. And even though they did take the knock, they immediately turned things around and really, really clean. And now Abreu still alive for Atomic. We'll see if he can net them a few more points here as the game progresses. 999 back up full strength, and it looks like Fuego has managed to get everyone back up as well, although they'll immediately get Caparis. Will take a knock there from Tail. Nice shooting from him. Dirty angle through the window.
Extra break right now. Getting a taste of their own medicine. It looks like they've just been stopped at every turn so far. They are going to disengage here, Team 999. Already got 3 kills on the board, and, you know, the way their maps have been going so far, you don't want to overcommit to something and, you know, get overzealous, because definitely they know that they can be shut down now. Oh my god. Asaka trying to get up the hill here, the mountain goats, but DN are just holding it down from the top, and we all know how hard it can be to push up a mountain when somebody's just watching you from here.
Oh,
they are really watching them.
They are. Asaka needs to be on the move too, because you don't want to risk staying in one place too long and just getting grenaded. Well, there you go. Pisada now using that refinery spot. We'll find some damage from the high ground. Fuego will lose Caparis. Into now going down to a deal. So Pisada using that that position that they gained pretty easily to great effect as the circles just continue to favor them over there in Refinery, although they do have to be careful. Team USA starting to creep in from their north side. Have to have a head on a swivel there. Rasta, the last one up for 999 will go down. Good shot from Joan. And 9D now up to 6 kills.
And they're pushing him for more. They're now, again, Fuego down to 2 members, just pushing down on these 2. Calvin has to hold this one down. It's a good nade, but it'll just bounce off the time turner. But, oh, Calvin just walks out, or Shackle, sorry, just walks outside of the time turner. The nade hits him directly in the face. He's down on the ground. Now they have to spend precious time trying to get their members back up. In the meantime, teams going down either way here. DN Esports and Asaka finally meet up, and it's just right next to each other. This is a chivalry battle as they get involved with each other. Trades going either way. Venva down on the ground. Bad Boy gets put back up. But Jeremy is getting a knock now. Oh my god, everybody is down. 2 more members up for DN. They managed to res 1 more member of themselves. Asaka seem to be the team that are losing out on this one as Edvin pushes into the time turner. Asaka is eliminated. DN Esports get themselves their 5th kill.
Edvin with some serious solo play there. That SMG just hard pushing. Finding great success there and wins the fight for DN. Now 1A in a little bit of trouble as it looks like Pisada has found an angle right on top of him. Junior. How was that not hitting? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, okay. Well, they'll stay alive for the time being. They'll get the revive, the res off underneath the time turner there. Junior. Oh, that's what it was. He had some secret cover there that we didn't see.
Well, he's still alive as well. He's using that cover to great advantage. Oh, okay, glue wall committed. Needs to get himself healed back up. Goes prone behind the box there.
Get those toes.
You see his foot? You see his foot? There we go. Dominius finally gets that kill. They took a long time to do that. And in the meantime, actually, 1A Esports have kind of pushed in below them. So they've actually wasted a good amount of Pizzare Esports time there, but they're still firing down shots upon them. And this really early rotation for Pizzare Esports, a complete difference in their playstyle here on Kalahari, has worked out so well for them so far. They have full control of this, and the zone has landed directly on Refinery. It's perfect for them, as 9D, DN, everybody is just hiding behind Refinery, below Refinery, and they have to make so much vertical positioning up to even get close to Pizzare Esports.
Oh! That grenade was huge on the Ghost and Vela. They can land another one. This is, I mean, 1A is the biggest problem right now. There you go. They'll take down the glue wall. They'll get that knock. Vela just hiding behind the ridge line as long as he can. You can see Westby just looking for the guy underneath. They don't know where LaRun has gone. They know he's down there somewhere.
Everybody is now just hiding from each other. Pizzare Esports, nice control. 1A finally has made their way up into Refinery, and they'll be able to kind of flank Pizzare Esports here, but they don't have the numbers to take that fight on. Jam is going to be knocked by Vela's nade. Vela getting more. Vela on a deal now. They need to cut that one out very quickly. Dominius does manage to get the kill. 1A Esports is eliminated. DN Esports pushes in on 9D. USE Esports and Club 9D eliminated at the same time. Club 9D is going to take more points than them. DN Esports finally eliminated by the zone there, and Pizzare Esports get themselves almost a free win.
You know what? You worry a lot of the times about taking that Refinery position and playing that high ground because you worry that you're not going to get the kill points to go along with your placement if the circle does end up favoring you. Well, this time Pizzare, you could see how well they played that, taking multiple angles. I mean, I think they ended up with what, 10 kills overall, and the booyah to go along with it. So really, really well done by them, and a nice turnaround for a team that kind of needed to have a little something go their way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they've been performing bad, but they're a team that we expect to be pushing for the Free Fire World Series spot, right? They need to be pushing Fuego, and Fuego are going to keep getting points and points and points. Luckily, this time for them, they didn't get many points in this game. They got kind of staggered all the way throughout that, but this is something Pizzare really needed to catch up to the pack in that top four, so they'll be very happy with that performance. 1A Esports, again, lasting very close to the end. I think they got eliminated 4th there, so they're going to be very happy with that. Club 9D, though, 3rd. That's their best performance in the grand finals so far, so they'll be happy with that too.
Yeah, a couple of teams that really kind of needed to have a little change in their fortunes here so far. Team 999, Club 9D, both having good games there. We'll see what the leaderboard looks like. I imagine there's going to be a little bit of a shakeup there, but let's throw it over to our analyst desk to break down that one.
Dominant performance there. Pizzare Esports, amazing stuff coming out from them. Lots of early on frags once again. I feel like NA is not disappointing me at all. I was promised chaos and action, and that is exactly what I've been given throughout. Now, talking a little bit about Pizzare in particular, Matchroom, the fact that over in Season 1, they were known to be particularly strong over on Kalahari. Season 2, not so much, but now we're back, and it seems like they're really pulling their own weight right now. What do you think it is that they might have changed, or do you think it's the meta that's kind of adapted around them that's allowed them to really come to fruition like the Pizzare that we've all been waiting for?
Well, they've always been good about controlled sight lines, and whenever you get Refinery, and the circle stays Refinery, and everybody else is not in Refinery, having control of sight lines is really, really strong. So they managed to just kind of sit this one out, and you can see the fact that they were doing a ton of damage. Nobody could move around them. 1A tried to step up into that area, and it was just weathering fire. You were coming in, you just couldn't find an angle that they didn't have control over, to the point where really it was the zone that started taking everyone out because nobody wanted to even try to approach the throne that they had built for themselves.
Yeah, I feel like given the high, verticality and things like that, we've spoken about this before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We've been talking about it throughout the duration of that 3rd map that we had taking place, Clover. I know we said that once you start playing in a high verticality spot, things become a little bit tricky, especially if the zone is not working in your favor. For Pizarro, do you think had the zone been a little bit outside of Refinery, it could have spelt disaster for them? Or do you think, given their strength on Kalahari, given their like high impact when it comes to fragging out, they still would have been able to win this one out?
I mean, I definitely think it was a big contributing factor to the performance, right? When we look at the first 3 games of the day, Pizarro did not have high scoring games. They were not very aggressive. They were late on rotations. They were getting caught off guard. And even if they had a position where you're finally like, yeah, this is it, this is good, things didn't work well. So for them to play in a place where they're comfortable was really exciting to see. Now, when the circle centers up here, so many of the teams in this lobby are comfortable in this position, familiar with this position, and that's where we saw just the absolute chaos, right? The verticality coming into play. And I mean, real quick, so you're seeing them right now. 1A, once again in the late game, 4 games in now, we've seen them in the top 4, top 5 every single match. That consistency is going to make them scary, scarier than even the teams that we're continuing to see get those booyahs because they're finding the points every game.
And that is so important. This is a team that, like, we've talked about this. We're in the grand finals. This is where you need to rise up. You need to prove that you can adapt to the things that are going on around you, really figure out what's going on in circle, and try to get in the head of what the other teams are trying to accomplish. 1A has that groove going very strong, and it feels like Pizarro is starting to get into that same stage. A lot of the stuff that was going on in the early game where we saw Fuego bumping into 999, all this other stuff, this was all just a factor of the terrain and people just trying to abuse it as much as they can. I mean, look at this. What do you do if you're a team like 9D that's at the bottom of this and you've got Pizarro up on the top of, 1A. This is what I was talking about a second ago. They tried to move in and you just can't. They've got so much control over what's happening that it's all about the low ground fights and just trying to see if you can scrap together an elimination point or two before the zone takes you out.
Yeah, and we even saw just for a brief second, right, as the zone was closing in, all that verticality, like 4 players had nades. We're seeing nades again right there, right? I mean, it's that when you don't have the line of sight, but you have the high ground advantage. Take a nade, underhand toss it, just keep it a little bit high up and hope it lands down below the person. That you can't have that sight line, a little bit of a hope and pray, but that works so well for so many of these teams.
I gotta say, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Well, we gotta talk about scores.
We do have to talk about scores. Pizarro Esports, 10 kills to their name, 22 points in total, followed by DN Esports, Club 9D as well. But I feel like one team we have not spoken about, and I'm so mad at myself because something within me told me, put Virus Gaming towards the bottom end of your predictions, and then I ended up changing my mind at the last moment. Now, talking a little bit about VG, you know, 999 were actually shooting at VG from a very, very far distance. And the aggression that 999 ended up showing, I was very, very impressed with, because more often than not, it's like, okay, we'll knock down one player, wait for somebody to go on in and try to kind of revive them. But they showed the aggression that I've been searching for basically my whole life, and left Camatron as the last player standing. In a similar fashion, though, 9D versus Atomic, you know, when they've got that high ground and things like that, I feel like we're definitely seeing it coming in clutch. But on the side of Pizarro, taking a look at the most amount of kills inflicted, we can see Adiel once again. I spoke about this previously in previous games, Adiel actually being the top fragger. I believe it was in the group stage of things. A high number of kills for them, and definitely coming in clutch once again. For the side of Atomic, though, do you think we're going to see them rise to the occasion and maybe in the upcoming games give us a more dominant performance, guys?
Ooh, it's tough.
I'll say yes.
Maybe.
I'm gonna jump in on this one. I'll throw myself on the nade right now. They're in 5th place, but we haven't had a chance to talk about this a lot. Going through the group stage, we had multiple groups. This is the first time we're seeing all the creme de la creme fight against each other. There is an adaptation period for everybody in this to kind of figure out, okay, where do I fit in this system? And some teams are finding it faster than others. Usually, like in this case, we're seeing like teams like 1A exploit that touch of hesitation that some of these teams are bringing in. But we're also seeing Atomic manage to hang out in there. I do think that there's still a chance for them to rise up. And I'm not saying that just because I put them high in my predictions. I'm saying it because I really do believe the fact that they had merits. Inside the last game, they managed to get a very high amount of points, even though they went out. And that's what you need to be able to do. damage control when things don't go your way is a key component of climbing the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think Atomic in particular, I think they definitely have the capability about them. One thing that certainly surprised me was the fact that I was keeping an eye on their like glue wall economy and their use of glue walls. They did not have a whole lot to work with at all. But one thing that certainly surprised me was the fact that they still continue to kind of push on towards Onu and wanted to take that fight. And you know what? To my very big surprise, they still managed to come out on top and eliminated all of the Onu players. So in your opinion, do you feel like the glue wall usage isn't necessarily like of utmost importance, especially when you got loads of those gunfights going on? Or do you feel like Atomic just had a lucky instance in that case, Clover?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Because obviously the glue wall focus is needed. If you don't rely on it at all, you're really opening yourself up to some vulnerabilities. But the types of fights that we traditionally have seen Atomic win out have been fights that they've been involved in. The problem is they've been fights that instead of being a one-on-one or a one-on maybe two teams in a compound, we're seeing these 4 or 5 team compound crashes. And that's hard for anybody to come out of. And that's, you talked about, we haven't said much about Virus Gaming. We haven't said much about Osaka, Team 99, La Onu. And it's because they've all been trapped in those fights in the mid game where they've all had the same idea of where they want to rotate to, where they want to play from, and unfortunately haven't really been able to get out of that situation to play up into the late game. But as we move to Purgatory, this is a map that these teams do thrive on. So I'm really excited to see, all right, Bermuda, maybe a little bit of a wash, Kalahari, maybe a little bit of wash. Purgatory is a big opportunity for so many of these teams to round out the day.
Now, I need you to tell me, do you think we're going to have a water circle? I've been going on and on about this in every single broadcast I've done, and every single time I'm not there for a broadcast, we have a water circle. And you know what, if it happens, it better happen this time around. I have to be here for a water circle.
High likelihood it'll probably happen on Sunday. Poro and I tend to bring cursed circles, so...
You guys really do.
There you go.
Y'all cast a curse more than anybody I know.
Well,
it's really true.
I'm definitely crossing my fingers for you to cast the cursor in the right way. We need a water circle. I want to see how the chaos is going to unfold with a water circle as well. But don't go anywhere, folks, because after this break, we will be revealing part 2 of our giveaway code for those 3 weapon loot crates. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, my name is Porosaurus and welcome to Meet the Teams. For tonight's show, we've assembled the greatest team of like-minded individuals to give you the most precise overview of just exactly who is playing in these grand finals. Allow me to introduce Porosaurus and Porosaurus. Hello, Poro. Thank you for having me. Well, howdy, boys. Well, without further ado, let's get this underway. Meet the teams. Here at the analyst desk, we'll be going through each and every one of the 12 teams that will be competing in this grand finals going from April 1st to April 3rd. Gentlemen, are you ready? You know it, Poro. Yeah. Poro, take it away. Oh, hey, yeah. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Let's get it. Poro. Yeah, that's you. Let's kick it off with the cream of the crop, shall we? Coming in at first place from the group stage, we've got Bizarre Esports. Truly a titanic team stomping down on their competition. Now, while it looked dicey there for a minute, they managed to pull through and clinch their first place spot on the last day of groups. Domadios, aka the human highlight reel, and Adiel, aka young don't do it to them, certainly shone through and deserve their praises, but the whole team's composure and decision making is just definitely looking forward to their run at the finals. But not all is safe at the top of Mount Olympus, as there is definitely some competition for them. Fuego came in hot in second place, lighting a fire under Pizarro's feet. Fuego has been... Do I really have to say that? All right. On fire for this season, with star players like Scott showing up when they most needed it. Now, they were only 17 points behind Pizarro in groups, so definitely look forward to that epic clash between the two when they meet again in the grand finals. Now, we've got plenty of familiar faces returning from last season's finals, including Club 9D. Now, this team started the season off strong, winning almost half of their games in the first week. Just absolutely unbelievable. Although they faltered later in the season, their 6th place standing in groups is nothing to scoff at. It's time for them to prove whether they can be consistent enough to take the whole thing. Now, the final team on my script is my personal favorite. USA, 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 USA. With solid zone play and a very aggressive disposition, it's no surprise to see Team USA in this grand finals lineup. The real question will be whether or not they'll burn hot enough before fizzling out, as they are quite the glass cannons, fierce on the offensive, but very easily brushed up and shattered on defense. If they brush up at all in these past 2 weeks, though, they are certainly a fearsome team to fight. Excellent job, Poro. Now, next up, we've got Professor Poro ready to lay down the hard facts and analytics using only the most common of vernacular. Let's go, Poro. Thank you very much, Poro. I will do my best to be concise. Now, the thing you need to know is that it's very hard to judge. This can be made for every single team, every engagement that they fight, finding the knocks that they need, and then you have the... Uh-oh, it's the lightning round. You know what that means, Poro. It's time to keep your team descriptions to 60 words or less, or else. Oh God. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Let's go. Virus Gaming. Fun fact, Virus Gaming is actually the team with the highest amount of survival time. With Grozero in tow, the grenades just rain down on their enemies, netting them high kills and placement points as their enemies cower in fear. Few things are scarier than a perfectly placed cooked grenade. Team 999, 2 words, 3 letters, Mr. T, with some incredibly clutch matches under their belt and 456 points to their name. Team 999 was the rising star of the group stage. The question is, can they keep up their performance for the grand finals? Atomic is truly ready to go nuclear. With Abreu in tow, one of our champions from last season, this team was quiet but deadly, snagging themselves a nice 4th place in the group stages. Their consistency netted them over 7 booyahs, with their Bermuda dominance being as clear as day. Underestimate them at your own peril. Last but not least is Osaka, the masters of rotations and zone play when things aren't chaotic. Any smooth gameplay will have them sailing straight towards a good position early on, aiding them in getting good kills and placement points. As long as they can stick to the game plan, they're all set. Add a little bit of chaos into the mix. Great analysis as always, Poro. Next up, we have the tryhards that made their way through the last chance qualifiers. These guys battled through blood, sweat, and tears to make it this far, but do they have what it takes to go all the way? Take it away, Poro. Yes! Saving the best for last, eh? Well, don't worry. I've got you covered. The last chance qualifier was a bloody affair, but those teams are ready for the upcoming battle. First off, we've got DN Esports, who have truly lived up to their name. Now, we'll leave you to imagine what those initials stand for, dear viewer, but let's just say DN are here, and they are looking to stay. DN are not ones to shrivel away from a fight, rocking over 160 kills through the group stages. After just barely missing out on a direct qualification from groups, they're back from the LCQ, and they're back for blood. Look out for them. 1A Esports, who are currently undergoing an identity crisis, had a hard time in the LCQ, but managed to qualify to the finals. They're going to have to shake off the shock, as there's a tough battle ahead of them, but with their snazzy plays and fearlessness, they're more than capable of giving us a few stunning performances. Looking forward to that. Next up, we have C7 Esports, formerly Zundel, the true dark horse team of our lineup. With a number 18 spot in groups and a finish in 10th after the first day of the LCQ, C7 was not necessarily poised to make an appearance in the grand finals. 6 matches later in LCQ Day 2, and here we are. C7 managed to mount an epic comeback, racking up almost 100 points in a single day to catapult themselves over to a qualifying spot. Now, they spell trouble for the other qualified teams, who will have to start watching their backs in case C7 is hot dropping anywhere near them. For our final team, we've got nothing less than an absolute classic. We love seeing a familiar face around here, and La ONU certainly count. As one of our returning teams from our Season 1 Grand Finals, their experience and knowledge of what it takes to compete at the top make them a deadly competitor. Whether it be Santi's clutch plays or Mario's insert Mario's actions here, La ONU does not play around when their game face is on. Make sure to keep an eye on them, as they may be looking to make a few upsets on the Grand Finals weekend. I couldn't have said it better myself, Poro. Is that all 12 already? And that's it. We're all wrapped up here, so please welcome all the teams that will be participating in these grand finals. We've got our favorites and we've got our underdogs, but that's the beauty of the game. Anything can happen and anyone can take it. The grand finals of the Free Fire Pro Series will be an event that you won't want to miss. Make sure to tune in on April 1st through April 3rd to catch all of these teams in action and root for your favorite one. Thank you for joining us. This has been Porosaurus and Poro and Poro. It's been swell, guys. We'll see you all in the grand finals. I become so numb.
Welcome back once again, everybody. Free Fire Pro Series Spring 2022. My name is Jasmine. I'm joined by the wonderful Matchroom and Clover alongside me. Before the break, I promised you the second part of our top secret code to go ahead and redeem yourselves 3 loot crates. So here's the code once again. Please, dear God, tell me that you were here for the very start of the stream and you managed to get the first part of the code. If so, then good job. You're almost there. We have one more part for you to redeem. In order to get it, though, you're going to have to stick with us throughout the duration of this entire stream and broadcast. Folks, talk to me a little bit. Pissar, 999, Virus Gaming. I feel like these teams, maybe a few of them we haven't necessarily touched upon too much, particularly the likes of 999 and Virus Gaming. Heading into Purgatory now, I feel like these teams definitely have their set drop spots right now. Talk to me a little bit about what you're hoping to see from them.
Well, it's one thing, let's be clear, 999, this is a map for them. They had a ludicrous, and I mean absolutely ludicrous game, just making their way into the north and playing around the crosswords area.
Oh, that game. Yeah.
And I think they got like something crazy, like 25 kills in that round.
Yeah, that was a 35-point game for them that day, so...
It was nuts. So there is a chance for them to explode big here. And we talked about the start. That's what 999 does. Like, it's not consistent, but when they get a game, boy, they get a game. And so this could be their map to do it.
Yeah,
and go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was to say, I mean, and a big factor in that, right, is the other two people that was a rotation up towards Crossroads. Virus Gaming does land Moat House, and they almost always will rotate to the west and come down. So I'm looking for early fights between them and USA. Brasilia, Atomic does a really good job of letting the other team loot on the other side and leaving them be until the first circle pops. So I don't expect too much to happen there until we get that first zone, and we'll know if the circle's going to take us any other direction. Same with Central. Fuego will stay across the water for as long as possible, but it's the opposite side. I mean, we talked about that in the very first match, Club 9D being a factor, 1A, and them both in Lumber Mill. So we'll see if maybe Club 9D chooses to pull off preemptively or if they challenge for that position.
And do you think Atomic, do you think there's any chance in the world that they might actually opt to head towards Brasilia, see Pissar approaching and decide, you know what, we do not want this smoke, not today, and live to fight another day and maybe loot elsewhere? Or do you think it's very likely that they'll land near Pissar and kind of take their chances when it comes to allowing them to loot on the other side and kind of minding their own business?
I'm kind of with Clover. I think the fact that they'll land there, they're very good about knowing how to navigate this area of the map, and there's so much strength in having the center position. Surrendering it is, especially given the fact that this can be a rougher area, and you can see due to that, many of the teams on the east are very clustered, and there's the potential for a fight every rotation on that, just because there's not a lot of different ways to really get out of that without seeing each other. And now that means that whenever we're looking at the whole Pissar Atomic situation, they just kind of have to choose to cohabitate or maybe go for a secondary drop. But if either one of them opts for secondary drop now, that means that they're losing this for another 6 games. Well, technically 5 after this one. And not having that center point in what is a very no man's land kind of centered circle. So I think it's worth at least sitting here for a game or 2 to figure out how it's going to go.
I feel like for the side of Pissar, especially given the fact they are Season 1 champs, you know what, historically speaking, very, very used to dropping center zone as well. I'm curious to see how that one's going to pan. I'm kind of crossing my fingers and hoping that we're going to get some high intense action coming out from them in center zone, but I think it's about time. I'm ready to get things started. Take it away, fabulous casters.
It is us, the fabulous casters. How's everybody doing? We are getting ready to go into the final 2 games of day number 1. So some teams that are sitting a little bit lower on the leaderboard, this is your last chance to try to make a run here in day 1. And the teams that are at top, everybody's going to be gunning for them, Twiggy.
Yeah, I mean, painting a target on your back is the kind of thing you do at the start of the day, but Fuego have been consistently throughout the day doing this. So our esports are starting to come up, and I mean, if you've seen their stats on Purgatory before, you know they still have a lot left in the tank to come. Yeah. So these two are really still going to have that target on their backs, but 1A have made a name for themselves at this point. I'm scared to see what everybody's going to start to do coming into this one.
Yeah, man, this whole 1A thing is just kind of throwing a wrench into the works, and it's getting kind of spooky, but we'll see. They slowed down. They definitely slowed down a little bit on Kalahari, but they're still finding themselves in the late game every single time, it seems like. So interested to see if they're able to pull that off on Purgatory. As we take a look at that leaderboard, Fuego still sitting at the top, but it is a tenuous hold at best.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to keep that one up. The difference in points. It's sometimes going like this throughout the starts of days. You know, you see, the top of it can stay solid, but I mean, the difference in points between 5th and 1st is still only 20 towards the last 2 maps of the day. And, as we go forward into this one, it's going to be more and more difficult to keep this up, especially when teams that are good at Purgatory start entering the fold.
There's a lot of teams that are good at Purgatory too. It seems like almost like a feast or famine map. And then once you even additionally, you think it game 5, game 6, things start to get a little weird, right? Like it seems like some of the teams that maybe a little bit lower are more get a little bit more cavalier with the fights that they're willing to take. So I'm interested now that we are in these grand finals to see if that will still hold true. But I know during the group stages, LCQ, you start getting to those late in the day games, and things started getting a little wonky.
Yeah, well, we see him drop all around here. Purgatory, Moat House will be going towards Virus Gaming. It's you know what? It's an interesting place to land because you start out the game in such a secluded location that getting away from it. If there's somebody on those banks, somebody towards Crossroads watching that, how are you getting out of there?
It's going to be tough as, Laonu. Well, they got to turn things around here somewhere, right? They're going to find Munoz out by himself. The rest of the team, though, just off in the distance. You can see Munoz just has to try to hold it for now. Santi, here you go. We'll take some big damage from the high ground, and we'll go down. Prince is going to go down as well, and Laonu's struggles continue.
Well, it's really just not been a good day today, has it? It's still only 2 points on the board and looking like they're going to be sticking down there on this one. It's so difficult. You know, this is the thing. You start off badly and it just keeps going. You know, you lose that confidence. Yep. You lose the ability to get into fights. And as soon as that just one more knock comes through, suddenly you're like, oh, it's happened again. And then it's just downhill from there.
This is what tilt is made of. Is well, Laonu will immediately get their fallen player Prince back, and can they hold the line long enough to get him down there and provide that extra support? C7, I mean, they want it. This is looking like three free easy ones right here. As you can see, Osaka just off in the distance, haven't gotten involved just yet.
Yeah. Player formerly known as Prince does land on the map there. Be heading back towards his team. I think he actually wants to find a different location to stay away from these guys at this point. They are stuck here in Forge with C7. It's just get away, get another res going as quick as possible. Land on a revive station is probably the best way to play this one. So that is where they're heading off to. I'll keep 2 members alive at the very least. But C7, signing things off nicely. I mean, maybe lucky to land on Laonu, but at the same time, you can't fault them for winning the fight.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, Laonu's a good team, man. They're a really good team. Like, they can scrap. It's just not been going their way today. So, I mean, at some point, things are going to turn around, and you don't want to be the team that's in front of them when it does. So, C7 kind of lucking out of there a little bit that Laonu's still a little bit tilted. You have to imagine from the first couple of games that we'll get that blue spot as well. And they're also fortunate in that Osaka looked like they were creeping down here. If C7 took a knock, I got to imagine Osaka would have crashed right down on top of them.
Yeah. You can actually see Pizarro have learned from that game that they won by early rotating. You'd seen map 1, map 2, map 3. Things didn't quite work out for them playing on the edge of that zone. Map 4, they stick in the center. They go straight towards Refinery. It works out perfectly for them. This time, they're sticking in Brasilia, and I mean, the zone is working out perfectly for them if they want to go for early rotations. If they can push Atomic out of here, they have full control of the whole middle of the map. They can wait until the last fight, and they can just defend that position so well. And we know Brasilia is such a brilliant spot to defend from. So much hard cover, so many different stories that you can fire down upon. You can just fortify that completely.
Come to Brasilia. It is the place to be, and I'm keeping an eye on this first circle. I pretty much just donuted right in the middle, but I know we heard Veracity talking about maybe wanting to see some water circles in here. This is where we get to see them the most, but we'll have to wait for set C2 shift. Looks like 9D just narrowly gonna avoid Fuego here. Do they even know that Fuego's right behind them? I don't think they do.
Yeah, they're not checking their backs whatsoever. Well, ignorance is bliss, I guess. Maybe not if Fuego are chasing them, which it seems like they are. They're trailing them from far behind. Gollum
they're swimming
on the tail of Frodo there.
Oh dear, not Golem.
Oh no, looking for the precious. What is the precious? What's the equivalent? It's the charge. It's got to be the charge blaster.
You think so?
Yeah,
yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, you seen how much it's been showing up on the kill feed?
It sure has, hasn't it? They have taken that charge rifle and immediately incorporated into the game here. Although at the end of the day, it still seems like it comes down to shotguns and SMGs, and haven't really seen the grenades as much so far today. I think we're starting to see a lot of these teams getting more time turners to drop down and kind of protect themselves from those grenades in the late game. So just slowly adjusting meta as time changes. Fuego, looks like they'll just hug the riverbanks here after swimming across, pushing up towards the north where pretty free and clear. I think 999 is mid-river right now, just off to their north, but Brasilia is starting to get a little crowded. Real estate values going up.
Yeah, Well, actually, maybe it's going down. The amount of noise that's going to be going on in there. There's a lot of
Fair,
sound
yeah.
pollution. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be paying that premium price for that. But I think that's the thing, right? With Purgatory, when that zone lands in the middle, everybody's like, let's hedge our bets. Let's head towards the center. There's not a lot of buildings in the middle of the map there. If it heads towards the west, you got Marble Works. There's a lot of space to work with there, and you can spread out quite finely. But when it heads towards the center, it's pretty much just Brasilia to work with. Fields has a couple of houses over there. Apart from that, it's just the bridges over the water. And like Simon and Garfunkel, it's a bit troubled down there.
Quite troubled. As speaking of troubled, Laonu got back up to 4 strong, and they're pushing back into that blue zone, seeing if they can maybe take the fight back to C7. I think, but they're taking some zone damage here. Mario Santi and Prince just kind of hanging out in there, and looks like Letra trying to separate a little bit from the squad here. As we check in with those C7 gang and Laonu, they're in your picture-in-picture. The observers are so on top of things, man. I love it when they listen to what we're saying, you know?
That's amazing. It's amazing.
It's great.
Oh, wait, we might have a river end here. It's on the west of the map. Could happen. Very much could happen. Right now we're still on Brasilia. All the teams are sticking around there. Just in case, you know. Oh, damn. That's unfortunate. No, Laonu, not again. Not again. It can't. Not T7 again.
The same
it can't
spot.
happen. They haven't got a single
spot.
point. Oh, please, guys. I need to see a kill come out from Laonu. I'm gonna cry. I'm a really emotional person. It's not. Come on.
No.
Please, guys. Prince is down on the ground. Mario trying to save him. Anything you can do. Yes! Yes!
Oh,
Santi,
there we go.
finish it! Finish! Yes! Yes! Let's go!
We
get a
got
kill
it, baby.
point! Let's go!
This is where it all turns around for Laonu. They do manage to get the res. They bet back up to 3 strong here. As C7, Letra still right in the middle. I mean, they know he's split out from the rest of his team, but I mean, C7 has such a nice high ground spot here. Dariel and Zeus just raining damage down in there. Prince Mario Santi, you can see all low for the time being. The glue wall.
Oh,
and they get him back in. Get him in. Get him in. Get him in. Get him in. They're gonna try to go push Letra with the shotty. Oh no.
Oh,
there it
no,
goes.
There's the shark shotgun. There it is.
You know what? Though they got a kill.
Yeah, they got. Yeah, that is what matters. And Santi is still alive. Can he get away? That's the question. If he gets away, oh no, Lectra, please,
dear.
Lectra, don't do this to them. No,
Yeah.
Lectra. Oh, Laonu eliminated 12th. I mean, they matched their best map point of 1.
Yeah, and I mean, you could still, you still see like the plan is still the same. Like they managed to escape the fight. They got all the reses up. They looted up a bit, and they went back to take the fight once again to C7, and it is just not working out here. So you see 1A shooting across the way towards Club 9D as Brasilia, like you said, the noise pollution starting to get a little bit louder.
Yeah, everybody is really just hedging with it. At this point, you know, even if that zone does head towards the water, everybody is going to be pushing towards that. You're not alone if you're sitting in Brasilia here. Domi is, well, trying to make the other teams feel alone. Taking out 1 member there. They are right next to a revive station 1A, but they're going to have to fight for it with 9D, who I think are just holding this down. You know that if that is the real estate that you want to have a hold of is the revive stations in Brasilia, because everyone is going to head towards that as soon as they lose a player.
Yep. 2 left right now inside the circle, or safe zone rather. Domadios, Westby running now with Pizarro. Pizarro's been running multiple lineup configurations today.
Yeah.
And it is it's been interesting to watch. I mean, they play with I think 6 different players now, and this time this is a new combination now that they got Westby in there with Domi and Adil and Domadios have pretty much been fixtures. Domadios just missing that first game. But since then, it looks like they're just trying to mix things up. They like the performance from everybody on that team. They're just trying to find what the best mixture is right now for this grand finals lobby. And maybe they'll find it here with Westby.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, Adiel obviously is the kind of star player for Pizarro Esports. He picks up so many kills. He was the kill winner for the group stage. Overall, oh, what a shot! Oh dear, a sucker get involved there. That's a lovely snipe. But I mean, yeah, Adil obviously the kill leader for Pizarro, the kill leader for the group stage completely. But Westby kind of a super sub. didn't have too many games, but still managed to get 54 kills on the board for the 29 games he played. So pretty good kill rate. So it's a very nice thing to have right at the end of the day. And you know, it might be this thing that they have specific players that are really good at specific maps, or you know, to specific play styles. Obviously, Purgatory, you're playing with a lot less cover, a lot longer range, and defending a position is so much more important. Maybe that's Westby's forte, as it were.
Riches for Pizarra. They're able to pull multiple players. And meanwhile, while this is going down, Fuego losing Calvin and Compardes early. So down to just Into and Scott for them, although they are still freely shooting down towards 9D as they make their way up from the river. And here we go. Westby, same said, as it looks like he's trying to still just scrapping at range with 1A just between buildings. Hasn't really come to a head just yet, but now 9D starting to creep in behind 1A. And look at that, Patojo actually going to get the first knock, and now Vela's gone down too. 1A getting picked apart from range.
That is the worst thing that could have possibly happened for 1A. They're just completely gone. 9D get involved as well. They were pinched in between 3 teams there, and there was nowhere they could go whatsoever. Bizarre will be quite unhappy with the fact that they just kind of let their prey get away from them. Got no kill points for that, obviously, even though the team was eliminated pretty much by their doing. They pushed them straight into a whole other group of teams, but DN Esports are really the ones winning this fight. They've got one knock, one finish from both other teams that were involved in that fight. Here comes Pizarra Esports, though. Joan turns around the corner into the barrel of a charged shotgun. Shackle trying to take back some space for his team. 2 players left standing. It is a deal on Westby for Pizarra Esports, the kill leaders for Purgatory for Pizarra Esports. USA Esports down as well now. They did so well last map.
Yep. It's some big top of the lobby names out already in USA and 1A. As we cut back and take an overhead look of what Pizarra is having to deal with, they will spot out Steph Gray, get that kill over towards them. They've managed to pick up 2 kills here in just a couple of seconds. Now that they're back down to 2, only had 1 prior to pushing into C7. And now you can see DN, they were in that nice little spot, third partying everybody, but now Adil is going to spot out Bad Boy. That's going to be another kill going over to Pizarra.
Adil is just so consistently good. I mean, the guy wakes up every day, no matter what. Even if he has a bad start to the day, he'll just come in with you know, 20 kills over the course of the day, no matter what. Even though, you know, maybe he didn't start off so well today. Bermuda wasn't his map. Purgatory, he is absolutely slapping around the competition. Can he take his team to victory with only 2 members standing? That's the question. Fuego is down to 2 members as well, but it doesn't matter. Makulu has nowhere to go. Made himself a little prison, and Fuego just pushed into that one. Into does get knocked down. There's just 1 member left of Team 999 here, but he gets the finish, and he gets the kills. No, Iris Gaming.
Oh, they end up going down. 999, I think, going to go down as well here as we check in with Osaka. They're taking the fight with Atomic, and now down to just Jeremy as Atomic just collapsing. The fist is closing down on top of Osaka. Jeremy trying to see if he can find somebody here, because I think it's a 1v1v1. Yeah, Rasta actually going to be the one to come in for 999. Is next to no HP. Dax just on the other side of the glue wall as they share a little bit of space here between each other.
Beautiful camera angle that. If Dax only knew what he could do with 1 nade there.
He's got 3 in the pocket too.
I mean, he's going to try and break through the wall. If he just threw a nade over that wall, it would be over. It would be over. DN Esports, though, they've been ramping up momentum this whole time. Look at them now on 8 kills. They get around this one. Oh, don't let him through. Don't let that happen. No, the shark shotgun. Oh, God. Oh, God. Kill him quick. No, he's on the ground. Edvin chokes a little bit there. Oh, no. Jumped out at just the wrong time. He turned away right as that player jumped out the window.
Yeah, and he had the wrong gun out. It was just a comedy of errors there for Edvin, unfortunately, there as Patojo knocked very, very low. Going to try to go for the res on his fallen teammate. Meanwhile, Virus Gaming, we haven't even talked about them. Look at the spot they have. I mean, just everything playing out beneath them. Now, they will have to move here eventually, but C7, I mean, they can just kind of hang out in this hard cover, this spot. DN can do the same. It's really just a game of patience here more than anything.
Yeah, I think all teams here waiting for that next zone to come through. We're just waiting to push them in. DN Esports needs to get a little further forward. It's going to force them out of position. Virus Gaming knows that. Yeah, one shot. That'll be it. And that's the finish through as well. The other two players are heading in towards the zone, but they need to get through C7 to get into that area. I mean, the thing is, C7 is waiting for this next zone to come through. They're waiting to see if they can push Virus Gaming off of this hill. Virus Gaming, you can see they're starting to scale down the hill, knowing that that next zone could come through so quickly. DN Esports are going to have to push C7 out here. They don't spot them out. They don't know they're in there.
Oh!
Patojo.
That was disgusting from Patojo, and now he's the last player up. The glue walls will come down. Try to keep him up a little bit longer. Grozero has that off angle. We'll try to find somebody. He'll find Daniel from C7. C7 immediately going to go for that revive. Once again, Patojo staying alive with next to no HP as Virus just continues to make that push down the hill. They have lost one. They've lost Comatron. Patojo will find one, but it does go down to Dariel. And now Dariel with no HP will die to blue. That is going to give away that point. So nicely done. Nicely done. And Virus Gaming get the booyah.
It's a calculated victory from Virus Gaming. They didn't really have to push anything at the end there. They just waited for everything to sort itself out. They knew they had the better positioning. They knew they didn't have to do anything too risky there. They had the player advantage. They had the positioning advantage. It was all so easy for them at the end. But I mean, good mid-round play to get themselves some kills as well, so they'll get a nice amount of points on the board. Points that they needed quite sorely as a team that really we did expect to be towards that upper half, and they haven't really been pushing into the top 3 yet, but they will definitely be making a couple of moves up there very soon. Well, I mean, very good from them. Again, Pizarro Esports are going to be relatively happy with their performance. They did get knocked out fairly early on, but Fuego also got knocked out before them, so kind of just making up the difference at that point. You know, it will be evening out below them, but they're edging closer to the top.
Yeah, especially considering 1A and USA were also out extremely early too. So, you know, not really, you're still picking up spots on them. It may be a little bit slower than they would have liked, but again, big game for Virus Gaming, and as you said, they definitely needed that to get back involved in the conversation. Well, we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to get a talk about that last game and set us up for our final game of the day.
I'm so incredibly hyped to get into our final game of the day, but just before that, Matchroom, I got to quiz you about all things Free Fire. Over in that game towards the end of the series, we saw VG, Yella in particular, was opted to play towards high ground. Worked out perfectly for him because he was just picking off people like no other. The importance of high ground here. How have you seen it unfold throughout the duration of that game?
Well, it was a slow compressed as the way the circle came in. Most teams were trying to lean into the cover that the South provided, but then it was just the high ground advantage and then allowing Grozero to move down and move into the foothills of that was just decimating. I mean, even the teams, whenever we're going to be looking at this in the later sections of this, the team that was the only other team that was in the circle couldn't even turn around to look up at them because of how steep that incline was. So they could pretty much just take bullets. They didn't even need guns and just start dropping them on people below them because they were so high up. The terminal velocity would hit and take out people.
Yeah, I know. I feel that. Honestly, I feel like as soon as I'm playing against somebody that has the high ground advantage, for me, it's particularly difficult. So I can't even imagine for these players with all that weight of the weight of the world is really weighing in on their shoulders, especially when we have our prize pool on the line as well. Clover, the rotations that we saw, especially towards early game, we had this discussion earlier between Atomic and Pissar, how this one would unfold in particular. You mentioned to me that Atomic opted to work their way towards the north of the map, which to you was a little bit of a surprise. Talk to me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I mean, typically, we talked about the fact that we would see 2 teams in Brasilia, and Brasilia is a location that has enough room for 2 teams. When we get to a hot drop in Brasilia is when there's 3 or more. But 2 teams can comfortably move around that position. But it was a little reversed. In my mind, I was expecting Pissar to maybe have the western side and Atomic to have the south or southeastern side. Instead, they had the full north. Now, Brasilia, I mean, talk about high grounds. They like that, having that position. They like having that control in case the circle goes south near golf course or near central. That's a good place to be. It gives you that open access to a lot of key positions when Brasilia suddenly becomes the north of the map. So for Pissar to be in there, that got them into the late game again. We saw them up there up until the final fight where things just kind of cascaded very quickly. But we also had 3 teams on the Southern Island. We were wondering if anybody was going to pull back away. Fuego taking Central exactly like they always do. It's a great position to hold. Nobody else out to their west. There was nobody over on Villa, on Golf Course, to even be a threat to them. But it is 1A and 9D on the opposite side of that that could potentially get pressure. But at least for this match, Fuego were able to rotate out freely.
Yeah, I feel like positioning is absolutely everything when it comes to this game. But 1A was one team in particular that seemed to look a little bit scared in South because of Fuego. And I feel like one thing that you had mentioned before, Matchroom, was the fact that 1A decided to play a little bit more passive, hold on back and allow Fuego and 9D to storm on up ahead of them. And I believe 1A did a particularly good job of fragging out in this game.
They did a good job on just kind of sweeping in behind, but they didn't have the same level of success that we've seen beforehand. And I feel like a section of that was just due to that positioning. They realized how many threats were behind, so you're coming into the circle late and you don't have the same amount of information. You have to play a little bit more frag heavy instead of like intellectually. You don't get to pick your fights, you get to kind of take what you can find.
Yeah, and 2, I mean, all right. Real quick, because we didn't even get a chance to point it out because it happened so fast. 1A out in 11th place. That is the very first time we've seen them fall early at all today. And again, that helps. That's a big scoring opportunity for the other teams that haven't quite got their footing yet today. And of course, the very first time, the penultimate match of the day, but the first time we're bringing into Purgatory, that's such a huge opportunity for teams to start to play catch up. And we saw this here. Virus Gaming,
yeah.
C7, DN, Team 999. These are the teams that we've been like, man, I can't wait for them to step up. I know they're going to show up. There's going to be opportunities. We're not seeing what we typically see from them. I mean, Grozero is a scary player when you allow him to get in close range. And so this is the perfect setup for those teams that need him. I mean, look, the entire left-hand side of the leaderboard there are the teams that needed it.
I feel like the tides have definitely started turning. We were talking about Virus Gaming, the potential that they've had. You know what? I feel like they were definitely listening into the stream a little bit and maybe deciding, you know what? Okay, we got you, Jasmine. Don't worry. Your prediction are not going to be completely thrown off here. Where did you have them in your predictions, Matchroom?
I'll be honest, I don't recall just off the top of my head. I've been so caught up in what's going on right now. I'm going to pretend like I don't remember what I put them at in the earlier sections of today, because it's fine. We'll just kind of ride that one through. But hey, DN, look, I'm going to distract you. Don't worry about predictions. Look, DN on here 3 times. Isn't that really cool, Clover?
Yeah, but Patojo, right? 5 kills. This is the DN that we've been expecting, and this is also the DN. I mean, this is their map, right? When I think of their best performances in the group stages and the open qualifiers, the games where they would absolutely pop off, they'd annihilate, they find 12 kills, 20 kills, just their big point scores were all here on Purgatory. So to see them feel comfortable, they were kind of caught out in the open in a really tough position. Again, that dominance, that pressure, that damage that we were seeing from Virus Gaming, it hurt all of these teams right here. But still, DN, Atomic, C7 were all able to get kills because they were, again, all up present to the late game.
I feel like especially for the side of DN, after missing out on qualifying directly to the grand finals, I believe they were like 9 points short of directly qualifying, but ultimately it looks like they went away from the group stages, got their act together, had a little bit of a revisit to the drawing board, and ultimately leading them to victory for the last chance qualifier. I feel like maybe heading into the grand finals, they had a little bit more of a reset, revisited the drawing board. As we take a look at our overall standings thus far, we have Fuego in first place with 69 points, followed by Pissar, 1A. Nice.
I couldn't resist, man. I couldn't resist.
Somebody has to say it.
You know, I was going to make a reference to her. I was like, no, it's cool. I can resist, but never mind. You've completely thrown me off now. But Pissar in second place, 56 points. Between, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth, I feel like there's definitely not a lot of like wiggle room for them. I feel like one good game is all that is standing between them. But Fuego are looking particularly comfortable right now with their 30 kills. As we kind of start to revisit the map once again back onto Purgatory, I want a prediction now. You know what? I've let you guys off very, very lightly. As we head into our final game of the day, I need a prediction from you both. I need you to tell me, firstly, Matchroom, your prediction for our final game of the day. Which of these teams do you think is going to win it?
Win it? I'm just going to go ahead and lean in my guts. I'm going to say it's going to be Pisa. I think that they have a good opportunity in rotation position out there. And so I'm leaning into them. I think it's going to happen.
Okay, and how about yourself, Clover? What's your prediction for this final game of the day?
Ooh, I really want to see a hat trick from Fuego. I think that right now my top 3 are comfortably sitting at the top 4. So, 1A had to ruin all of it, but I think that we have potential for a repeat win, if not from Fuego, USA or Pizarro for sure.
I feel like the potential is definitely there. You know what, Clover, I've got to say, I'm very, very impressed with your prediction for Team USA. I think they did really well. I'm going to keep coming back to it because I feel like you can definitely see the future in this instant, but I'm curious to see how the rest of these games are going to end up unfolding. Do you think it's going to be a little bit of a stomp, or do you think it will be like a smooth sailing? Do you think, especially for the teams that are towards the lower ends of the leaderboard, Matchroom, do you think it will be like a throw caution to the wind, try and sabotage everybody else's gameplay? Or do you think it will still be like somewhat methodical, sticking to their usual drop spots?
Game 6. Game 6 means the fact you got to go. It doesn't matter what's going on around you. It's time to go crazy. Kill what you can. Make it happen.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what I'm hoping for. Pew-pewing over towards our casters, take us through the final game of the day.
Thanks very much, Jasmine. And as we head into our last map of the day on Purgatory once again, those are some interesting dark horses. Yeah, Pizarro, Fuego. You could definitely see them coming out of the woodwork to win these games. I'm going to go ahead. You know what? I'm going to throw caution to the wind. I'm going to say Osaka are going to take this game, and they're going to win it with 7 kills as well. They'll get themselves 19 points on the board. We'll see how well that one comes through. What do you think, Pro?
Laonu, baby. This is where they turn it all around.
Oh, yeah.
They're turning this sucker around. They're going to get this dub, this booyah in game number 6, because game 6 gets weird, baby. That's what we're all about here, the weird game 6. So I'm 100% thinking Laonu. Laonu. Keep your eyes watching, chat. Laonu.
We're looking for them to more than quadruple their score coming into this game. We'll see. It could happen. You never know. They've been warming up all day. They're a TV dinner. It starts out cold. You warm it up.
Double their amount of kills here.
Yep, here it is. It wouldn't take much, let's be honest. Okay, we head into our last map of the day. Coming in from the northeast, heading down through Ski Lodge, down to Mount Villa, over towards the southwest.
Look at that bridge. What a nice looking bridge that is. Where is that? That's just a fire brigade. Yeah. That's the. This is the I think the shack just on the left here, on the south side of this bridge, is where I've seen some hot action. I think it was Scott surfing across the river to the north to finish off a game for Fuego. That's what I remember the most about that bridge right there. Any hot drops this time around? Hey, look at that. C7 getting forged themselves. Wait, Fuego? Fuego 1A?
Fuego? Oh god. Here it is. 1A. They've had their attention towards Pizarro the whole time. Trying to stop them from getting to the top.
No, not like this.
Oh no.
My pick.
Oh no. Well, here it is. This is going to have to happen right now.
All right, yes.
If it's ever going to happen.
This is actually where they turn it around.
Yeah, exactly. They need kills on the board. You know this. The esports right on top of them. Here it is. They know where they are.
Oh yeah. Gotta get the guns first. Prince will start opening things up. Take some shots over. We'll take one in return. We'll pull back down here. Fortunately, a couple of glue walls picked up for DN right off the drop, so keep ourselves a little bit safe here. This Patojo just gonna hold the line, make sure nobody pushes in. And actually, look at that tail from 999. Could be that third-party influence. It gets this thing really cracking. Yeah, Patojo just making sure nobody pushes across here. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is really, both of these teams really want points coming into, you want to finish the day very nicely. You want to finish the day in a way that you can build off of tomorrow and throughout Sunday. So, well, Patojo starts it off, and it's not looking great for Laonu. They get the glue wall down. They will get the res. Mario fires back. Oh, Mario gets the finish. They've doubled their kill points. Now they just need to keep pushing on DN. Try and keep the bleeding happening here.
That was good work from Tahoe to actually get away from that anchor spot and pull back. Venva try to keep an angle on the road as the res comes through. Onu back up to 4 strong. Mario going to lead the charge here. Santi Prince, Kelvin coming right behind him, but a nice little angle from Venva. Do some damage there and have to force them to rethink their push in. And Mario, oh no, Mario gets caught out. And Kelvin as well. They know where this guy is.
Wow.
Why do they keep pushing into the same angle where you can find him? Oh no.
Okay, there's still 2 members alive. They still have a sniper rifle. 2 sniper rifles. Hey! That's all you need in the end. Let's see. It's 2v3. They can win this one. Santi is going to head out. Head to the shops. Get some milk. Prince is going to defend the location, and I mean, there's one in front of him. There's one behind him. They see Santi running away. Edvin takes down Prince. It's down to 1 member, and oh, you can see him in the distance there. Venva, look to your left. No, oh, he got behind the back. Oh, he's going to get away.
Oh, come on, Santi. The sneakiest snake. Come on, Santi, you got this.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's been spotted. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I'm not sure who landed the shot, but Time Turner will go down to keep him alive just a little bit here. He's going to actually get a peak battle here with Venva, but Santi's, I mean, he's just got no health. This is going to be rough.
I mean, hope's dwindling slowly. Oh, he
got himself. Nobody can kill La Onu except for La Onu. All right,
turn the cameras away. Oh my god, you can't show that on TV.
My prediction not looking too great right now, but all right. Well,
more is my prediction.
Tomorrow is a new day, La Onu, and now C7 actually in a little bit of trouble here as they've lost 2 to Osaka.
Osaka, who I said was going to win the game.
They're going to turn it. They're turning it on. You got the res.
Happening.
Oh, no.
Oh, Dario. In on that. Yeah, no, rebuilding after that fight. Dario finishes Jeremy. Oh, but Domi, again, getting involved. They are really pushing back at C7. Now only 1 member left. This would be a crushing blow to them. He can't really get to his teammate. He might just have to leave him to bleed out and run away, get that res going. But he's in the zone now.
Yeah, this
teammate
feels
dead. Oof.
This feels kind of mutually assured
1v1.
destruction.
Yeah.
You know, it's you took the fight in the zone. Now you're kind of both in a spot where neither one can really escape for free. Munoz has that hard cover of the rock, and now Domi does as well. Domi actually probably has the best shot at escaping this.
Yeah. But
I don't think they want to. No.
Yeah. Wants that kill. I mean, finishing off the team is so important, especially, you know, this is a team that could come back to bite you. As Osaka, you know, you haven't been winning those gun duels against every single team. There have been teams that have been countering you, and you know, you never know when that could all fall away from you. So getting that finish and making sure the team can't res each other, it gives you that advantage heading into the rest of the game. So he really wants to get that before he heads out. But at some point, it's going to have to, you know, get to a point where you value your own life over getting that kill point.
Ooh, it's game 6, baby, and we are scrapping. Now Abreu has gone down. It looks like 999 just gonna hard crash onto John. Yep, that's him down. And so one more up for Atomic as Dak's gonna try to escape this, but nice clean pick up there from 999. They do have Team USA kind of circling in just off to their west. Dax, oh, you gotta hit those tails. Come on, buddy.
Wow. Time Turner and then glue walls. I mean, there's nowhere to go. He's stuck between the hill and the wall here, and it's ticking time bomb. I feel like he's going to try and defend his position. Just make sure he goes down with a couple of them, but nades fly in towards him. Oh, the Time Turner just stops him from getting his shot off when he wanted to, and that's well played from Makulu.
That was clean there. I mean, Tail. I'm glad he had a shotgun rider with him because that was almost giving up a 1v1 there. And look at the creepy USA. Oh, they've spotted him. They know.
Yeah.
They know.
Tracking him. You see him that. Just watching it, waiting for the time to take the shot. Look at this, Joshua with the patience of the saint. Hey, water finish.
Water finish, baby.
It's on the cards. It's on the cards. There's our esports already for it. You can see they're just sat towards the edge of this. They know Brasilia isn't really an option now. heading towards that. They want to clear out the area, but because pushing into water is going to be such a difficult thing to do. You want to get the advantage before the zone forces you into there.
Man, the rich just kind of getting richer here in the late day as all our top of the leaderboard teams were the only ones that didn't get involved in all this craziness early game here. USA will take it to 999, but it's not going so great. They're down to just 1 as Brazil trying to make that push with the shotty. Mr. T going to come over and try to respond, and now he's pinned from 2 sides. Makulu from 1. Try to go in, but yep, that's okay, 999, get your money.
Yeah, it's good adaptation from 999 after being jumped down upon almost by a full team of USA there. Managed to get themselves a nice amount here. Osaka do manage to get 1 res, but they've now encountered Virus Gaming, and they have to try and push away from this one. At least they're in Brasilia. Lots of cover to work with. They can try and sneak their way out of this one. I reckon 2 members survive this, but very difficult with... Oh! Jeremy! Jeremy has been absolutely monumental for this team in this map.
This is huge for Jeremy. Yeah, Osaka, as you said, a wide split here. They were all over the place, and good shot from Calmatron, but he gets spotted by Domi before he can get the last one off. And now it's just down to Grozero. He'll try to go for the res, while Osaka just collapsing on top. He will get it off. Yellow going to be back up. He'll comes through, vault through the window. Grozero getting those glue walls down and staying alive. And look at the push here as Grozero won't go down without a fight. Oh, it took some work though.
Yeah, that was just glue walls everywhere. Time turner blocking shots left, right, and center. But Osaka get away with a full team alive. I regret to say that my points prediction for them will not be accurate, because it's very unlikely that they win the game with 19 points now. But at the very least, they did get 7 kills. So again, towards the end of this game, this is definitely a dark horse performance.
Just say that you were you thought 19 points total, right?
Oh yeah.
2 more kills. Yeah, easy money. They're 4 strong. They're stacked right now, man. They've got all the utility they could ever want. They're feeling pretty good about things, I think. We'll see what happens for them. 999 coming in from that north side. Still haven't made their way across the river just yet, but I mean, this is that weird circle, right? That water circle. And it looks like it's the heaviest chunk is over there towards Brasilia, but this could definitely cut back down to the south towards central. And it looks like that's what DN is kind of hoping for. Fuego as well.
Yeah, it is a nice area to be, especially, you know, if that is towards the north, it's going to make it very difficult for them. Ooh. That's pretty nice. That's not terrible whatsoever. That bridge is going to be, that Fire Brigade bridge is going to be a hot zone, I feel like. 9D are probably going to try and take the position under the bridge and make sure that nobody can rotate over it. C7, you can see them trying to get on top of that area. They're pushing in towards Bazaar now. Bazaar in a very awkward location, though.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird fight, right? Because like the little fishing shacks that 9D are kind of holding right now, I feel like most games we see whatever team takes those just kind of hold them for the longest time unless they get hard crashed. I mean, 1A and DN have to do something. Fuego looks like they were trying to send it over the bridge over here. Now they've been spotted out and they're gonna get stopped down by DN.
Oh wow. They try and cross this bridge here. DN just watching them from all angles, from below, from the other end, making sure Fuego is stuck here. That's actually a really nice place to stop them. Where can you go? What cover can you have apart from your own glue walls at this point? You know, you've got people on either side of you, firing at all angles. They're stuck here. I don't know how Fuego get out of this one.
Patojo just sitting on these grenades. I feel like these grenades will be huge. He's gonna have to move a little bit there as one coming in from Fuego. Looks like one knock will come through for Fuego right now. Patojo having to back off. Gonna get some Oh, nice glue wall. He's so quick with it. Oh, jeez. Okay, the rest of his team gonna give him some protection here as he does slowly start to push back. But these glue walls he's setting up for himself, and look at that. Beautiful work from Fuego. They immediately realize where the safe line of sight is. They pull back down on that riverside. But now, look at that. 999 on the north side of the river, though.
Yeah. Could be an awkward location. They've spent so much time here. The zone is now pushing them forward. They really, really need to make something work now. 9D they're going to run into on the other side as well, so them spending so much time on this one. DN have committed so much to this fight. Now they have to take it, they have to win it. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a suspenseful moment. Bad boy domed. Everything happens at once as DN trying to hold on to this now. Fuego just pushing around from all angles. It's a nice flank here from Patojo, and he gets one. Can he get another with the sniper rifle? Close range, he will! Takes out Fuego in 8th position now. Bad boy is going to be finished off by the zone there, but they get into their location. Now they have to push out Club 9D and Team 999.
I mean, all of this is fantastic news for Club 9D, isn't it? I mean, they just get to sit here, and now they're not getting the points, which kind of sucks. But you see, 999 is just raining fire down Edvin. Yeah, you nothing really you can do there. 999 will end up getting that one. They keep 4 up. They got to pull away from this Riverside here, as the circle did cut hard to the north. But if 999's watching, it's weird. Like, they know that 9D is there. They know that 1A is there. But they have to make this push into Pizarra because they have no other choice. They have to do this.
Yep. Here we go.
10 kills.
Oh, God, in they go. Sorry, Esports just... Oh, stuck in a corner. He knew where West B was there. Rasta just turns around, and one shotgun blast to the head will finish him off. Oh, what a nade through the window. Oh, God, the grenade launcher's so powerful if you can get that angle right. So brilliant now. Oh my God, they've dismantled Pizarra Esports. Adiel, the last remaining member, and he has to climb a mountain to finish off this fight in a favorable manner.
999 picked a hell of a time to wake up, as they have now collected 13 kills. And they've got a couple more there. They go, actually, ooh, it's going to be... Okay, yeah. They do get the last kill onto Pizarra. And now up to 14. Mr. T to stop down and heal up a little bit, but we are down to our top 4 teams. Looks like 1A managed to clean up Club 9D on that south side. They're making their way across the bridge now, but C7 has them pinned out.
Yep, 1A just getting all the way forward now. Yeah, C7 just watching them. They've got high ground, they've got nice off angles. Crossfires, look at that. Munoz getting shot from all the way over the other side here, but 999 push out the rest of the C7 team. This could be the perfect opportunity for 1A to push in and try and third party these guys and get themselves some position. I'm not sure they know that the players they need to have been pushed out of there, but C7 will back out.
I mean, there's this is a tough end circle here to play. I mean, you can see Osaka just 4 deep behind the van, just waiting for the opportune moment. C7 very spread out on that eastern side, but the circle cut hard southwest, so 999 going to get a little bit of circle favor there. 1A going to try to trade back onto C7. They need to get some knocks here just to open up a little bit of a door for them to move across. But this is tough. This is real tough for 1A.
In the meantime, Jeremy has tried to push out of there, and he's actually got a finish onto Rasta of Team 999, the team that's been doing all of the hard work for everybody else. Osaka now push in towards Team 999. They've got that knock, they've got that vital finish. Can they squeeze out the rest of the team from this position? If they win this fight, they've got themselves a lovely location into this last zone, and they just push all the way in. Domi taken down immediately by Makulu, but this is the trade from Jeremy. Tail gets the trade in return. Now they need to push forward even further. C7 push in to try and third party this one. It's 3 teams right on top of each other. Team 9999 is eliminated. That's a lot of 9s by Osaka as they get in further forward. C7 get another knock onto Immaduro here. 1A is going to profit massively off of this. C7 Esports is eliminated by Osaka, but 1A push in. Osaka eliminated second, and it is 1A who take, once again, a booyah.
1A didn't have to do anything. They were dead to rights. C7 had them completely pinned. But as soon as Osaka makes that push in, C7 has to go and third party whatever's left out if they have any chance of winning that game. And everything just opened it up. 1A is just sitting there like, oh, okay, I guess we'll just win this game. That's fine. Easy.
Cool. Yeah, they'll be very happy with those points on the board.
Oh my God.
I mean, maybe not as many kill points as they would have wanted, but that's a lovely, nice positional placement for them. I mean, Osaka are going to be very happy with their position as well. Second place with quite a few kills on the board. They third-partied a few teams. Team 999, though, they got so many kills, even if they did only come third.
deadly, absolutely deadly Team 99 here in the final game of the day. But a lot to unpack there in that final game as our final game of the day. So closing, I gotta say, man, 1A is just insane. Like I'm so shocked and I'm so excited that we have that one team. You always know you come in with a couple of favorites, right, Wiggy? And there's always that one team that just ends up blowing things up in one day and just throwing everything on its head. It's been so fun to watch them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad things are shaken up a little bit. You know, some transfers have made things interesting. We've got players who are really popping off over the whole course of this grand final. And I'm so excited to see where this goes down the line because things are still so close. But that'll be it. That'll be it from us two casters. We're going to head back to the analyst desk and we'll see you tomorrow for the next day. But let's let them finish things off.
Amazing game that we've seen so far, folks. Pissar were actually flushed out by many grenades on the side of 999 jumping into their building. But Matrim, what on earth do you think led to the downfall of your predicted team to win out that final game of the day?
999, man. Okay, see, I picked Pissar, but I also told you that 999 can really frag out in that fight. And they did. I mean, the way that they took that fight, I don't think that Pissar had time to realize what was even going on before suddenly they had two of their members down and out.
Yeah, I feel like the potential was definitely there for the side of Pissar. I'll be honest with you though, I completely did not see that coming. I did not think that 999 would absolutely pop off in our final game of the day. But on that same topic, as it was the final game of the day, Clover, how do you think this one differed to the previous games that we've seen so far throughout today?
I mean, aside from the fact that we finally saw 1A clutch out a booyah, well deserved. I mean, 5 of the 6 games they were top for today, so we knew it was only a matter of time. But again, I mean, there seemed like there was such a different story, and the way that a lot of our teams played, most notably the teams that came out of the gate very dominating and ready to just win it out. The second we got to Purgatory, all of that flipped, and the teams that had been struggling throughout the day that maybe didn't quite have those rotations, the positions that were failing in those compound fights, were suddenly finding their comfort zone again. Team 999, we've seen these magical plays from them, and so Purgatory, this is what was needed for those teams to get back in that headspace that we expected from them all along.
And early on in the game, we saw this interesting dilemma of Fuego and Pissar and their positioning around the water circle. Do you guys want to dive into some of the action that we're seeing here, but also talk a little bit about the water circle that we had?
Oh, water circles are so fun and lead to a lot of these complicated rotations, and also just means the fact that you got to fight her. You just kind of get screwed that way. You just got to take what you can do, and the rotations get minimal because the fact that, I mean, the water just cuts out so much. So you can see that leads to so many of these cascading firefights that 999 found success upon success from. And it's a very similar thing to whenever we saw their last big game as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Fuego and Team 9B both set up along the waterways, right? They were keeping near these bridges, not quite on the bridges, because as we saw there, bridges can be a really dangerous position to cross. And even in the mini-map here, as well as on the screen, watching 999 trying to finally making it across the water. And that was the mindset those teams had. But for the ones that set up early, had good position on the mainland, I mean, ultimately, 1A actually sat out of this fight for a really long time. They kept their heads down. We've seen this from them time and time again throughout the day. They let everybody else at a compound fight it out, and they get in a strong position to clear up what is left in that fight. And 20 points, 8 kills, I mean, that's beautiful. And that consistency from them all day long, with the exception of Game 5.
You said they were going to clear up, and clear up that they did, finishing up in first place, giving us a total of 20 points, as well as Osaka finishing up on 20 points as well. For the side of 999 though, 15 kills to their name. Where on earth was this 999 from the very start of the day? Matrim, talk to me about what on earth has gone on here.
At this map, it just feels like they play it entirely different. I mean, not necessarily, they still try to bring some of that early aggression, but here, they just know how to make it work. I don't know if it's just map knowledge or what, but the way that they navigate this, it feels like they know how to approach every area in the proper way to take the fight and get an opening knock, which then opens everything up for them to play around. And once things start going, we've talked about momentum in Battle Royales before, a lot. but this is a team that like lives and
Mhm.
breathes and dies off of it. If they don't have the momentum, it feels like they're not going to win the firefights. But once they start to get it, by God, everything in the lobby is theirs, and they're going to get all the elimination points.
I mean, between the two players on your screens right now, MRT and Makulu, from the side of 999, between the two of them, they've basically almost got half of their teams killed. Over half of their teams killed,
Yeah.
sorry. They've got about 10 kills between them. So I feel like they've definitely been putting in the work, definitely been putting in a shift and making it work for their team so far, most definitely. But as we take a look at our leaderboard for our grand finals day one, I'm actually kind of sad that it's come to the end of the day. You know, NA has definitely not disappointed me whatsoever. But as we finish up today, there is only 1 point between Fuego and 1A Esports, which I'm certainly surprised about. I'm curious to see how that's going to continue to unfold in our upcoming 2 days as well. So right now we have 1A Esports, Fuego, and breaking it down even further, they're actually not too far apart in terms of average damage dealt. Basically tied up on average kills as well. Do you think heading into day number 2, Clover, we're going to see the exact same affair taking place once again? Or do you think now that these teams have kind of potentially shaked off a little bit of the nerves, gotten a little bit more warmed up, that we're going to see one team come out particularly stronger than the other?
I think historically, the one team that always does come out stronger is Fuego. It's exciting to see 1A, but this is a 1A we've never seen before. So
Yeah.
my fear is wondering whether or not we can keep that up. And I mean, look at that whole right-hand side. Everybody is so close to each other. You have a little bit of layering here from the top teams to say Team 99, Virus, and C7. But keeping in mind, Osaka, some of the best growth they had was the last 2 Purgatory games. Atomic, Team 999, Virus Gaming, C7, a big chunk of those points also from that as well. And the single digits for La ONU, I honestly, I don't even want to talk about what's happening there because that is just so rough to see for them. So I think right now, if you're just keeping in mind, I mean, we said the full send, the violence and the crazy insanity and chaos that is North America. This is the other part of that is our leaderboards are always so close.
What is the line for cyberbullying and what this lobby is doing to La Uno is my question. Because it feels like everybody is trying to find out where they're dropping and then making their life so harsh. And La Uno, that just means the fact that whenever you finally get your fight, you're going to have your come up and it's going to feel great. If not, this is a great learning process because we all know having to deal with hot drops and people trying to gatekeep you all the time is one of the hardest things to do in Free Fire. And if you can learn it, you're going to shoot up this leaderboard real fast.
I really do just feel like it's unfortunate timing, unfortunate positioning, but leading into tomorrow's games, they are definitely not out for the count just yet. They could absolutely pop off tomorrow. So if I'm La Uno, I would definitely take a look at some of the footage, revisit the strategy, and see if you can come back even stronger tomorrow. Because I feel like anything is possible in a game of Free Fire. And when I'm seeing how aggressive these NA teams all are, I feel like the potential is even more than anything that you would possibly expect. But I'm curious to take a look at our overall top fraggers for today overall. I'm curious to see if we have... Okay, I love this. I'm a huge fan of this. The fact that they've got players from every single team is what I'm a huge fan of right now. And taking a look at the number of kills as well, they're all pretty damn close to each other as well. Matchroom, taking a look at Vela at the very top spot. I believe we spoke about Vela previously. Vela's just doing Vela things.
I mean, he's been impressive today. The way he's managed to play through this has been phenomenal. And he's been a turning point for his team. I don't know what has changed. I don't know if it's confidence. I don't know if he's just finally found the kit that works better for him or anything like that. But what is happening with him right now is phenomenal to see because he is definitely in the groove and the rest of the team is finding ways to play around it. Now, it should be noted, for all of his success, it takes a team to raise a player, for lack of a better term. So they all have to be providing support. So it's not just him. He is having his star moment right now, and I hope that he can continue to do so. And I hope the rest of the team continues to support him because that is a firm requirement in what we're seeing right now.
And how about from your side as well, Clover? Do you feel like it's going to be another instance of Vela continuing to have this dominant performance, or do you think maybe heading into day 2, people start to get a little bit in their own heads?
I think that some people will get in their own heads. I think there's also been a lot of opportunities for some players to shine that we haven't quite seen. I brought this up earlier, but just in terms of even watching Fuego, I feel like a lot of the times we get the numbers and the stats coming out, it's Scott, it's Compadre, it's Into on top. Traditionally, it's oftentimes been Calvin. So I would say he's having an off day today. And so if they're feeling more into themselves tomorrow, there's so much potential for so many of these teams where I feel like players quite aren't warmed up yet. So
I think one team in particular I'm going to be keeping an eye on is Virus Gaming. I'm a little bit salty that I changed their positioning in my predictions. I moved them a little bit higher up than what I had them initially. So therefore, Virus Gaming, if you are listening, if you are watching, please do help me ring true of my predictions indeed. But prior to that final game there and prior to the break that we had previously, I did mention to you guys to stick around in order to get the final piece of the puzzle, the final section of the code to go ahead and redeem 3 weapon loot crates. You'll find the final bit at the bottom of your screens. But before we close out the show, unfortunately, the first day is over already, by the way. The time has flown by. I know, I'm sad about it as well. Clover, any final words from yourself before we close out?
I think that the teams that struggled a little bit, whether on one particular map or maybe even all day, just go back, rewatch, get a feel for the lobby, and come in tomorrow stronger with that information. There's so much opportunity for upsets this weekend.
And how about from yourself, Matchroom, any final words or words of wisdom that you like to give to some of our teams?
I'm going to follow up with what Clover said. Research is very, very important. We talked about that this is the first time that this lobby has meshed. I really like what we're seeing from some of these teams, such as Bizarre, who's been rotating out their roster very regularly to try to find out what works best. We're seeing teams try to figure out their drops, try to figure out how they're going to run into their IGL situations. There's a lot of moving factors on the first day. So the more research you can do tonight means the more success you're going to have tomorrow. Because yes, you've all got the mechanical skill. We know that. Now it's about trying to apply in the meta knowledge that you're going to be bringing. Who's going to be going to their secondary drop based off of this? How is the circle going to affect you? Where are your win conditions? Because the more you can do that research in tonight, sure, you're going to come in tired tomorrow, but it's going to be an easier day tomorrow, all considered. So other than that, just trust yourself. You got here.
Yeah.
Just lean into what got you here because it'll work.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely try not to get in your own head about it. I know nerves are definitely going to be a factor that will come into play here, but at the end of the day, you got to give it your best shot and walk away from here knowing that you gave it all that you possibly could. So practice makes perfect, most definitely. From myself, it's been an absolute pleasure to join you both, as well as our 2 amazing casters as well. I've had so much fun joining the NA scene and seeing what you guys have to offer. I'm super, super excited to dive back into it tomorrow as well. So make sure you guys are here for that one. But before we head off, we're just going to show you guys the final code as well and bid you adieu for now. So goodbye.
Killing spree. Killing spree. I can't believe